Good morning. My name is Yvette Sebonya. I work with the Ministry of Agriculture as a veterinary inspector. Well, what I do, my work entails inspection of establishments, inspection of products destined for export and those of import. Thank you.
Do you inspect this the animal from this man when he's taking them to West Africa? You do. You work with him.
I might not specifically, but yes.
Because you are talking about diseases. Anyone else who has not introduced himself? A newcomer. I can see somebody who's new. We missed you yesterday.
Good morning, members. My name is Joseph Kongo from Cover Makere.
What do you do there?
I teach.
I usually tell people that the similarity between a politician and a teacher is what? Is to talk, isn't it? If you make the zip that mouth of the teacher and the politician, there's no money. So you keep talking. Any other person who has not introduced himself or herself? Oh, we have the standards officer here.
Very good morning, everyone. My name is Edward Chiza. I work with the National Bureau of Standards as a standards officer, and I manage the technical committees for fruits, vegetables, tubers, and derived products, cereals, pulses, and derived products, as well as food labeling and hygiene. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. From UNBS. Is there anybody who is not here? Okay. I think we are done. Then now, what's next is to call upon the recap. We have a recap. What transpired yesterday, those people who have just come today, you were lucky and you have a chance to see what we did yesterday. But you missed a lot. But I know you are very intelligent. You catch up from the recap. Over to you, Charles.
Thank you, Prof. Yeah, thank you so much, Prof. We are going to give a brief of what transpired yesterday, and this will help bring up to speed those who did not attend yesterday, probably for one or another reason. So this is the group photo we had yesterday, and it's unfortunate many missed.
You can take another.
We can.
We are going to take another picture, you know. Since we are many
that
now.
will be great. I
Yes,
think.
thank you.
Yeah. So this meeting is all about the Scientific Exchanges Program, which was organized by African Union, sponsored by USDA, and hosted by Mississippi State University. So this one has come out of that, because someone might wonder why we are here. And specifically, it's capacity building and the sensitization workshop on SPS standards and the public policy. So in the morning, we had the morning session was chaired by Sham. And the first, we had opening remarks from the executive director, who was represented by Mr. Othieno. And he talked a lot, but briefly he welcomed the members and also expressed gratitude. Okay. Yes. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Then he observed the importance of SPS in protecting public health, animal and plant health, and international trade. He also noted that we have opened African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA, and calls for need to adopt and implement proper SPS measures such that we are able to access the AFCFTA. Hey, Diana, your thing is very hard to pronounce, African Continental Free Trade Area. And elaborated about the objectives of the workshop, gave us the 4 objectives of the workshop. 1, enhance the understanding of the international SPS standards and their alignment with the national regulations, building capacity in interpretation and application of WTO TBT SPS agreement, then promote good regulatory and standardization practices in the context of Africa, then strengthen collaboration and communication among SPS stakeholders. He equally acknowledged the USDA for the funding. And then he talked about the statistics of growth in EAC trade, which is positive, and that is attributed to harmonization of standards. And we, yesterday, our colleagues from UNBS presented a lot on how we have gone ahead to harmonize the standards at EAC level, then at the Africa level with the ASHO, and then at the WTO level. So, and he attributed that increase in intra-EAC trade to harmonization of those standards. He urged members to participate actively. Then at the end of the workshop, he observed that we'll be able to enhance capacity and capacity of the stakeholders and facilitate trade. The second opening remarks was from Professor Kaisa. He recognized UNBS. Then the MAIF, the person who was around Commissioner for Animal Health, who is also the CVI, he gave a brief of the 11 fellows from the 8 countries who participated in the scientific exchange program in Mississippi State University, then conveyed regards from the president of MSU, Mark Keon. That's briefly in the opening remarks. Then Prof also said that they had reciprocal visits to the the fellows. Then that helped a lot in networking and gave an example of the National Animal Disease Diagnostic and Epidemiology Center, the participants who are likely to have an opportunity to go to Mississippi State University, and the progress so far made from that side. And he talked about also publications in the East African Journal of Science and Technology, and also urged members, if you have any paper which is related to SPS and you have it there, you can have that opportunity to publish it in that journal. The keynote address was from Dr. Diana Akulo from African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat in Accra, Ghana. She recognized Ministry of Trade and also gave progress on the implementation of African Continental Free Trade Area and Agenda 2063. She observed that it's the largest free trade area globally, with a GDP of up to 3.4 and feeding up to like 1 billion people. So it means we have a lot we can achieve if we can get into the African Continental Free Trade Area. And once implemented, so observe that it can enhance the market because the size, the population we are feeding in Africa, that's a very big population. And with that GDP, we can easily attain growth. And then talked about the progress on implementation of Annex 7, the SPS of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Then she urged, one thing to note is that there are meetings which are being held, especially at the AU level. We need to send the right people to participate in those meetings because they deliberate science. And when we send people who do not have data or who are responsible for such works, we end up missing as a country. And that's one point she emphasized in her keynote address. She gave plans for talked about plans for 2025. Then also talked about the CADAP meeting, which was just concluded from 9th to 11th January. But she echoed the word from both President of Kenya, President Ruto, and the President of Uganda, Yoweri Museveni, emphasizing that we cannot talk about improving trade without tackling NTBs to boost intra-Africa or intra-African trade. We need to tackle NTBs. So briefly, that's what came from the keynote address. Then we had presentations from, we started with presentations from George, and George talked about WTO, TBT, and SPS agreements and their implications on trade. So gave a brief of when that came into force. That's when the WTO SPS agreement was signed in 1995. Talked about the international standard setting bodies and emphasized the need to harmonize the standards. Talked about the key provisions in the SPS agreement. Then talked also about the implication of SPS TBT agreement, and noted that increased compliance cause in the case of non-harmonization and lack of mutual recognition agreements. When we don't have those MRS, then we don't harmonize standards, that will lead to increased trade costs, and that mostly affects the SMEs and the micro, small and medium enterprises are most affected when standards are not harmonized. Then we went into question and answer session, where the question that Article 9 of SPS agreement talks about technical assistance, how much has been invested by the developed countries. Because the member expressed the concern that we are talking about, the Article 9 of the SPS agreement talks about technical support by developed countries to developing countries. And she was concerned that she doesn't see that on the ground. But the response was provided that the technical assistance includes training and other things, including equipment and others. And they went ahead, that is George, to give an example of how UNBS has benefited, and noted that almost up to 70% of the equipment was donor funded, and that's due to a result of the technical assistance by the developed countries to Uganda. It also, in response that African Continental Free Trade Area in the next subcommittee meetings, there will be need for state parties to pronounce on how much they need to benefit from technical assistance. And that's from Dr. Diana Kulo, that at least members need to come out clear how much real they need to benefit from the technical assistance under the Article 9 of the WTO SPS agreement. Then another question was on mutual recognition agreements, that it's easily talked about, but in actual sense, it's not being implemented. And probably that person also thought of maybe the recent court case where the lawyer from Kenya, I'm forgetting her name, was not allowed to practice, and people started talking about the MRAs, that are they really being what? Actualized. So in response, that the WTO members are to negotiate these MRAs, and there are many examples of successful MRAs in EAC. Example in the point is the product certification marks for intra-EAC trade. Then that we also might need to negotiate more at the context of AFCFTA. We also had a question on SPS standards, that they create trade barriers. Sometimes we have politicians who don't know about the SPS getting involved in regulating or directing technical people on how to implement SPS. Response was that a lot of trade tax, and that person gave example of the rift between Kenya and Tanzania. You have known that our milk, sometimes Kenya stops, eggs, Kenya stops, probably even the cereals. Some of them do not have technical justification, but the response was given that a lot of intra-EAC trade takes place, and also the EAC committees in place have taken a lot to resolve the NTBs that are ongoing. Mr. Okot was to give information, but I think he was ready to give, but we are time bad. I pray that he comes today. He also provides us more information of what takes place at that level. There was a question whether Uganda and other ESC partner states have ever taken any trade dispute to the WTO court. And in response that no, there is a need to exhaust all trade resolution mechanisms before taking any case to the WTO court. And Professor Margaret also gave example of how one of the countries said they wanted to block USA when BSE was pronounced in the US. So all those things and how it was resolved, whereby the CVO of the United States talked to the partner state, and it ended up being resolved. So that echoed the importance of having those bilateral negotiations between partner states to resolve trade disputes. The last question was the private sector wants to revolutionalize markets aspects like export logistics, but they wanted to know what steps government has taken to access such markets and also put in facilities, special transport facilities to access those markets. It was noted that transport is very important, and Dr. Dana gave an example of how costly it is to go to a West African country like Nigeria from Ghana, taking up to like 1,000 USD in air ticket, compared to coming to Uganda, which is 700 USD. So it means that we still have a lot of transport issues to solve if we are to promote intra-African trade. The second presentation was from Dr. Ananias, talked about review of policies, regulations, and the institutions supporting compliance. Dr. Ananias talked a lot. He works for Food Safety Associates, and he gave the steps they are taking to be accredited, to be recognized and accredited to be doing certifications. And he also talked about SPS control systems, talked about the responsible institutions in SPS and their mandates. One thing he emphasized was the draft sanitary and phytosanitary policy. Brenda and Michael and all that who help us in working, you have done a lot of work on the regulatory aspect, and specifically even this draft SPS policy. He said this thing has been there, I think he was counting almost 20 years. But he's really found said that we need to fast track this. I think this is one action point, ESMA, if we need to take up. Then he talked about need for food safety law. He emphasized, not even talked, he emphasized about the food safety law. Much as we are having the FAR, Food and Agriculture, that's still a bill, but it's going to establish any institution, and it will not what? It will, we shall still need to have the food safety law in place. He talked about constraints on SPS, and he emphasized about the fragmented SPS controls. Then he talked about strategies to improve regulatory framework, and where he talked about the need to come up with the food law, fast track the Food and Agricultural Authority bill, the LEADS bill, and I think Michael also, you know that we think we have gone off the LEADS bill. We are having it, I think, incorporated in the Animal Diseases Amendment Bill. And then support MAIF with funding, and other UNBS and MAIF who are doing a lot of SPS issues, and he observed that funding is a challenge. So he really emphasized that there is a need for funding. After that, went for lunch. The afternoon chair was Dr. Khadija. Then the first presentation was from Carol, talked about the role of UNBS and the lead SPS agencies in the SPS landscape. He observed that we seem to be focused more on the regulators, but consumers are not being empowered, and emphasized the importance of empowering consumers to demand for specifically safe food. He talked about the key agencies in SPS, the challenges and opportunities, also observed the limited resources for inspection and certification. After that, went for a presentation on the principles and best practices for aligning with international standards. That was provided by Mr. Andrew Othieno. Talked about the differences between SPS, SPS and SPS measures and the standards. One thing he emphasized is that we always say these are UNBS standards. They are not UNBS standards, they are our standards. And these standards are developed with the help of stakeholders. UNBS only helps to facilitate the process. That is one thing I picked from, one important point amongst many from his presentation. He also said that standards have their age limit. Let me call age limit is 5 years. Michael, we do a lot of referencing, especially when we are developing our regulations. And he emphasized that when we are doing this, sometimes we may reference with the standard with the year, but you find after 5 years it has changed. So we need to continuously check and make sure that we are up to date. But he also gave other alternatives of where you can just do hyperlink from the regulation, and it takes you to the current updated standard. And he also noted that in Uganda we have standards. Our standards are both mandatory and some are voluntary, and he emphasized that we need to shift towards having our standards being voluntary. So for the mandatory, it will be regulations developed by the implementing agencies, where they have the capacity to implement the regulations or the standards. Where they do not have, then we have to have voluntary standards. He gave an example of the standards in the shoes. That one you will meet him during break. He will explain. I will not get into that because you missed that and you needed to get it from him. But for me, I got it well. Then a technical regulation, talked about the technical regulation building blocks. Then we went to question and comment. Then one question was that UNBS is changing from developing standards to technical regulations. Why is it so, or is that the best practice? The response was UNBS is not changing way of developing standards, but instead, compulsory standards will be voluntary unless there is a guidance from an agency with mandate to make it compulsory. Hence, the agency needs to show capacity to implement or to enforce that standard. Another question was, do technical regulations lead to sanctions, or can sanctions lead to end gain? The response was sanctions are elements in technical regulation because you want people to follow the advice. Otherwise, when you don't enforce, it's like the carrot and the stick. When you don't enforce, people take it for granted, and they may not abide by it. Then we had a presentation by George again on EPING SPS notification system. He talked a lot about that, but one point I also picked amongst many is that there is a challenge of lack of funds. I have to say inadequate funds in organizing meeting for capacity building. And I think Prof took that well. I know Prof, with all the efforts you are putting, you will give us funds, and George does the best work he always do, which was well acknowledged during the good regulatory practices workshop, which was held in Accra, Ghana. Uganda was ranking high. They really appreciated us and EAC in general. Then we finally went to discussions on practical solutions. Someone said that there's a need for farm permits because that's been a practice for export consignments, especially in crop, vegetables. And we have a lot of vegetables which come to Kampala. They don't have farm permits. She encouraged us that we should get into that because we consume a lot of chemicals while consuming these green vegetables and others. So that's one thing which we felt that we could adopt, especially for the local consumed products. We also noted that sensitization and awareness creation among us, the community, is very important. And communication, how often do we communicate in the language which private sector understands? Because they've, even in the standards, our standards, which are facilitated by UNBS and we develop, if we do not translate them to the language which the private sector understands, they will not understand. And that's one thing that was emphasized in our discussions in the evening. Majority of people dominating production are illiterate, and we need to talk the language they understand. A colleague gave an example of photographic interpretation for someone to understand better. Finally, there was information that there is free airtime by UCC, and we could utilize that airtime for sensitization on SPS matters. Members, can I say briefly that is what transpired in yesterday's session? Thank you so much.
A good job. Because he has made the people who didn't attend yesterday as if they were there. Yes, I can even ask them one question. I think they can answer. I want to ask one question. Somebody didn't attend yesterday. I have my notes here, which are very vital for me to stand in front there. Thank you, Charles, for what you have deliberated on. He has done a good job. But there are a few things I want to talk about. The first thing which I usually tell people that education does not prevent, lack of education does not prevent people from learning. Isn't it? The formal education does not prevent people you call uneducated to learn. Most of the farmers, they are uneducated, but they can learn, isn't it? That's why they do what they do. But how do you bring the learning to them in the simplest way they understand? Usually that's a challenge. That's one. And another thing also, what I tell people that there's no lack of money in Africa, even in Uganda here. The money is there, isn't it? But priority, where do you put your money? To encourage development is a challenge. The other time I was in a meeting, I told the people that, if I was the president in one of any country in Africa, I could put money in education, 1, in health, 3, in agriculture. And I put little money in defense. Why in defense? Some of our African leaders, they have been the president for years and years. For example, in West Africa, there's a president who has been there for years. He's sure he's going to stay. And nobody has tried to disturb him for all those years. Why does he put money, a lot, in defense? He's comfortable. So let's build up the institutions which support the development of the country. But somebody told me, Charles, because you're an academician, that's why you're talking like that. But sometimes it's good to have defense. Nobody refutes that. But how much money do you put in other sectors so that they don't lag behind is what is important. So with that, I think I can introduce myself again. Some of you do not know me, but I think if I ask all of you, put up your hand. Who doesn't know me? if you don't know me. If you don't know me, you see, that's why students follow questions. One time I said that I will change, you know, the instruction. Answer all the questions. All the questions carry equal marks. My instruction will say, don't answer any question. You will find students writing. The students will be writing because they are used to answer all questions. But this time I'll put, do not answer any question. They will answer, and everybody will fail. So instruction is very important. So I'm going to introduce myself again. How many of you who do not know me, put up your hand? If you don't know me. Okay, 2, 3. How many of you are seeing me for the first time? For the first time. Okay, I have 4 people here. Yeah, so I'm happy that people know me. So first of all, I'm Muyanja Charles. I'm happy when the doctor introduced, my name is. I was people, my name is Muyanja Charles. You know the meaning of is? In primary school, we are taught my name is, not my name is. This is why if you know you have a chain over them, the name is one. That's a new learning, isn't it? When I was in Tanzania, you see in Tanzania, in Swahili they say, jina langu ni, jina langu naitwa. So naitwa is not a good Swahili. Jina langu ni Charles. You see? So if they ask you in Uganda, bakuyitani, see, then you know the mistake you make. So my name is Muyanja Charles. I work at Mackay University in the Department of Food Technology and Nutrition. Formerly it was Food Science and what? Technology. They changed. You know, transformation in there, but you ask yourself, what kind of transformation is that? Does it add value? Sometimes it doesn't add value, isn't it? A name is a name. So what I do there, basically, I do teach, I do research, and I do outreach, and I do consultants. I've been in that field for a long time. I know when I say 32 years, some of you sound very old, but I'm still very young. Yes, I've been there for 32 years in my career, and at least I've touched most of the people's lives here in Uganda, being a pioneer in food science and technology. So I'm happy because of that. Good clap, actually. Yes. You know, sometimes I tell people that it's not very good to talk about a dead person and praise him when he doesn't hear. So one time I'm going to make a party at home, and I call everybody and I give a microphone to everybody to talk about me. I don't want the thing, oh, he has been a good man. He has done this when you are not hearing anything. Yes. Those who read the Bible, they say when you are dead, you are dead. But Hajat, they have a belief that when somebody dies hearing, but he cannot speak. But that's refuted scientifically. When somebody dies, he has died. He does not hear, he's useless. So I want to be useful when you am here. So in terms of my food work, I'm happy that I work a lot with Uganda National Bureau of Standards. Not because by chance, the people are there, I'm the one training them, most of them. Am I lying? So most of the members there, at least I've touched them. So they think I still need to be there. So in UNBS, I had some technical committees, especially that on live animal. I look at eggs, I look at beef, I look at ham, a lot of stuff there. So I'm happy to do that. And again, I'm happy to be also at Alaso level, AU, where my dear sister ran away, Diana. You left me alone in AU. So at AU level, I'm leading the T20, E23 to do with live animal. We are dealing with that man what he's trying to trade. We are trying to harmonize the standards in Africa, continent, so that we speak the same language. This is what we are grumbling with here. So we are dealing with the live animal, cattle is part of it, poultry, and also insects. You know, insects are becoming a tradable tool here in Africa. In Europe, people are not going to buy your insects, isn't it? But we Africans are going to buy our insects, isn't it? In Zambia, they eat caterpillar. In Uganda, you eat in senene, you eat in swa. That's why we need to harmonize those standards so that you can trade comfortably. Usually I tell people that sometimes it's not good to think about the white man. It's good there's no white man here. A white man will never develop Africa. A white man will never develop Africa. I'm telling the truth. A white man will never fund something where it doesn't benefit. I'm telling the truth. And the problem we have, sometimes we fail to direct what we want and you follow what they want. At the time I was doing some food safety work with a German lady, and we were in an interview there. I asked him a question, genuinely. Do you mean this work we are doing is for the benefit of Africa? The woman told me, no. It's for the benefit of what? We the Germans. Because we don't want bad food from Africa to come to our country. So whatever they are doing is for them. And you know, there is that, His Excellency talks about it. He's fighting out of economic colonialism. But it's sometimes very difficult to run away from that. In African continent, there's a lot of money. But you can fight that. That we can be able to sponsor our development here, our research. We can do that. But it's lack of priority. That's the challenge you have. The money is a lot. So there's what I call mental colonialism. We are mentally colonized that we can't do our things. We need the white man to give us the money to do our things. But you have the money here in Africa, isn't it? We have a lot of money. So I believe if that 10%, which you talk about, every government in Africa to bring, we could be very far. But the people in Africa, they don't see the value of that 10% of GDP to contribute it for development of our culture. This is a challenge. So those are some of the ideas they have. They are controversial, but they can make you look in a different direction. Another thing I do, I'm happy that we have an association called African what? African Continental Association for Food Protection. It has been there established in 2021. We are associated with International Food Protection Association, which is based in California where there's fire. We have done a lot in disseminating food safety. We have had 2 workshops in Ghana. There's one which is coming in where? In Nigeria this year. So in that association, I happen to handle their money. I don't steal it, but I keep it safe. So I'm their treasurer. I do that with a lot of faith. And another one which is also benefiting Uganda. Have you looked at the packaging sector in Uganda? It's the worst, I think. We looked around and we say, what can we do? So we established what we call IPPU, the Institute of Packaging Patterns of Uganda, where I'm the president for that institute. What we are trying to do is to bring all the different actors in the packaging sector to make sure that we improve the packaging in Uganda. People, you can do a good job in SSP, in your Center for Science Measures, but they will be disturbed with the packaging. I'm happy somebody talked about at the airport. Do those people know the importance of packaging? And even for you, the manufacturer, do you know the requirement for your product in terms of packaging? Sometimes we don't know. And the designers we have here are the people at what? This place there in Kampala is called what? Nasa Road. Those are not designers. And most of us, when you start a product, you come with your small design, you take there to print, but you don't know whether it's suitable for the product. And when you go to NBS, that is not a good package. It must be like this. That's already resource lost. So what you are trying to do is to make sure that we bring all the people, even you guys who produce food, and package it, to make sure that we work together and we find out how can we improve the packaging sector in Uganda. One time somebody was transporting eggs to Sudan. They put them, I have the picture, but all the eggs crushed, when the boxes. I know why they crushed. And sometimes with the people here, because we want to save money, we don't know even the strength of the box. The starting height, nobody cares about it. It will collapse immediately. But there are boxes which you can stand on. I tell you, you see that box from South Africa, which brings apple. You know the box. Oh, you get one and stand on it. You want to collapse. That is what you're talking about. And when it comes to design, there's no designing here. Everybody copies the other, Kavuyo. So we want to put some sense in that sector. So we are going to do that. Another thing also which I'm proud of, you know, how many of you watch wrestling? Yeah, wrestling is violent, but it is something which makes men happy sometimes. I don't become violent at home. When they watch that, they don't violent the women. So there's what they call Hall of Fame. When you stay there for more than 10 years, 20 years, and you have done it very well, they give you something, Hall of Fame, a certificate. So I became to become Hall of Fame in Uganda National Academy of Science. I was recognized as one of the scientists in Uganda who have done some impact in research, isn't it? That one is very important. I'm telling you the history so that you know the man standing here is quality. Yes. Yes. That's what I usually tell people, that I'm quality and you pay for quality. Lastly, I do a lot of work in terms of consultants in the area of food safety. Anything you want, you can get it from me. Starting from cutting your fingers, nails, up to building your infrastructure so that when UNBS comes, they just tick. They tick. They tick. I've helped many companies to get certification, especially small scale industries. I know 9 years driving toward that. So you need me more than anybody else here. Please. I'm very expensive, that's the truth. Yes. So with that, I think one thing I'm going to tell you, which is very important for me in trading of live animal, we talked about yesterday. In Uganda, we don't have any identification of our animal. We don't know where they're coming from, isn't it? But that man, I don't know how he does it to trade. And I think that's the beauty of trading among African countries. You can take something to African region and people will buy it. They will never ask you so much, what type of grass did you eat? Where did you keep it? The white man will love that and you want to meet it. One time I was talking with some guys in coffee. Coffee is a very good product. It has many products which you don't know, you guys. That's why the Muzungus really on our coffee. We take the bean there, they do ABCD products, which we don't do here. But again, they don't want to process coffee because you make them lose what they get from the coffee itself, the other products. That's why they say, please, you don't have the technology to meet our requirement of processing what? Coffee. But you can easily meet the standard for bean, which is very easy. I'm telling the truth. You dry it properly using solar dryers, and then you control the aquatoxin, and then you are there. The size of the bean, you have to transport the beans. They will take it. But what they get from there, actually, if you can do here, Uganda will be very, very developed. But we don't know. There's a lot of hidden agenda. White man will never develop Africa. Please, let us hope ourselves. So in animal identification is very, very important for traceability. In Europe, eggs also have traceability. I'm telling you things you have seen. But here, you don't know the egg from Yanja, the egg from Swand, so they are all combined. You don't know where the problems come from in terms of traceability because the eggs don't have a mark. So we are going into that area when you're talking about these sanitary phytosanitary measures, that everything is traceable. The white man will love that, but for us, we are still lagging behind. So we need to do a lot. And another thing also which I was talking about, you know, we are talking about sanitary phytosanitary measures or protocols or policies. There's something which you have to understand. Since we are harmonizing, we are becoming a region, automatically we have a free trade area, isn't it? We don't need individual country standards anymore. We are going to take them away, I'm telling the truth. Even these policies of sanitary phytosanitary policies that Uganda has to be with one, Kenya has to be with one, it doesn't work. Because now you have ESC protocol, isn't it? So it surpasses what Uganda has, isn't it? And also at the AU, they have a framework for sanitary photo measures. So why do you need the Ugandan one? You don't need it. So you have to think that area that Uganda is a member of a global village called Africa. So we don't need to do those things. Actually, at Alasso, what they are doing, or what we are doing, is to collect all the individual standards the country have developed and harmonize them in specific areas. So most of the countries have done a good job. So that collecting of the national standard is helping to develop what? The Alasso standards, which are going to be applied everywhere. So let's support that and make sure that Africa develops. So on the food safety law, we are lagging behind. And actually, I tell people that in Uganda, that's where you eat the food and you die, and you are not penalized. There's nobody to accuse because there's no law which say if you eat somebody's food from a given company and you die, such amount of money is supposed to be paid. It's not there. So we need to work towards that. But sometime, I've been in it for a long time, since 1995 we did that. The thing is still there in the bill form. So we need to look into that and make sure that we have a food safety law so that it protects the population. Without that, it's going to be very, very difficult. So with that, I think I've opened up your eyes on some few ideas of which you don't think about sometime. We scientists, we think a lot of science. So I'm going to call upon the panelists to come here. And the panelists have been chosen on the line of competence. Okay, some changes, obey your leaders. That's what the Bible says. She's my leader, so I'm obeying her. So she's saying, Diana, she's trying to move away. Diana, we thank you very much. You are going back to Ghana, I think. I've been with Diana for a long time, more than what you can tell. Yeah, I want her to come here, people, so that they see you and they introduce you officially, and they know the importance you hold in Africa and what you have done so far to help the food safety move ahead. We are not going to talk about this when you are dead. Please come forward.
Nobody's going to die soon. So on that note, knowing that we are all going to be alive for a few more years, I want to thank Charles for introducing himself properly, because I've seen many of you when you are given a microphone. He's really quality, and now we know. I've just learned a few new things about him, and yet I've known him also for a few years. And we've done projects together, but I didn't know some of the things he just mentioned. So when you get an opportunity, please introduce yourself properly. Introduce yourself properly. And that's a course that we teach, actually, how to do an elevator speech. You get an opportunity to meet a quality person like this at an elevator, and you're going to the 5th floor. You should be able to tell him about yourself in 1 minute. We teach that, so we can talk more about that later. I know he took more than 1 minute, but that's one thing I needed to teach him also. Yeah. So on that note, when I listen to him talking, there are so many research collaborative projects from there, even from the private sector. The packaging, those are some of the notes I was taking away. All those are opportunities for collaboration, for seeking funding. I went to the US, to the market. It was an Asian market. I was missing granules from here, so I see some granules which look like ours. I pick the package, I buy it. I didn't know they were from Uganda. Then when I looked, I saw the map of Uganda in the corner, and they are from Uganda. So I was very excited. But the way they had been packaged, they really packed, I'm trying to demonstrate, it was bulging with the granules. So I think there was not even enough air for the granules to breathe. I tested them, but I was happy to be eating granules from Uganda, but the way they tasted, they were not very fresh. So I thought maybe they had overpacked the package or something. So that's a great area for collaboration. But stories, I think we should keep the stories later for networking in the evening. And Diana, please, can you come and introduce yourself to this team? When we introduce ourselves, we are very humble. But we are so privileged, even as a country, to have somebody like Dr. Diana Ogwal, Akulo Ogwal, at the SCFTA. Diana, please come in front here so they can see you properly. No, not from the corner. These ones will not see you.
Good morning once again. Luckily, I introduced myself already yesterday, and for the few people who came in today, as Margaret mentioned, I'm Diana Akulo Ogwal with the AFC-FTA Secretariat. Charles taught me one thing, that you need to be able to sell yourself. If you followed keenly, the AFC-FTA Annex 7 was the first annex to be adopted in the 7th negotiating forum. The subsequent annexes were adopted in the 9th meetings going forward. Why am I telling you this? Because I'm proud to have been the person in the middle of writing Annex 7. On to the AU SPS policy framework. He talked about me being at the African Union Commission. If you read the policy framework, you will also see that Diana was in the middle of, coordinating, ensuring the technical delivery of the AU SPS policy framework. Now I'm happy to be leading the implementation of supporting state parties in the implementation of Annex 7 on SPS. This has been a really engaging meeting. I think you are doing the right thing. We can upscale this sort of meeting to also now help the private sector understand how they can benefit from the AFCFTA agreement. If we don't help our private sector, no one will come out from anywhere to do that. So I think together we can do it. And allow me to also say that I should have been back in Accra last weekend, but when Margaret said, we need you, I extended my leave and ensured that I was here at my own cost. I opened my ticket at my own cost to ensure that I'm in this meeting. So, like Charles said, no one is coming to develop us, and the money is here. We need to do it ourselves. Thank you very much, and I wish you all fruitful deliberations. Unfortunately, I'm not able to stay throughout the meeting, but I think it's already been good enough. You have my presentation. If you have any questions, she has my email. Caroline has my email and phone number. You can just shoot a line. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So that's, and we wanted her in the group photo. So if we can do that quickly, just outside here, the balcony. I know that some of us cannot move as fast, but if we can do that in 1 minute and take a group photo, let her go. She wanted to leave by 10. We are now heading towards 11 so that we can start the technical discussions on the panel. Let's move out. If the photographer is already set up, is the photographer already there? Is he around? Oh, if the photographer is not here, then we can do that later. We took a photo yesterday with her, so we shall have two, one with and one without her. Thank you so much.
You can crop. So Diana, thank you for that introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call upon the people who are going to constitute the panel. Yeah, you can take a bit out, yeah? The first person I'm going to call is other than Dr. Otieno Andrew, UNBS, is wearing 2 caps. Please come forward and take your seat. Is in the shoes of the executive director. He has been working with UNBS for a long time. Ladies and gentlemen, clapping is a motivation. For somebody who is going to speak, you give him a hand clap, so he's motivated. Yes. And God gave you 2 hands so that you can clap. isn't it? You cannot clap with one hand. The next person I'm going to call upon is Dr. Hilda Adaya. Oh, please come forward for a seat. Don't worry about. I know I call them doctor. If you're not a doctor, you're going to be. Don't worry. It's just a matter of time. But I decided to make sure that all doctors here. Yeah. And then I call upon Dr. Seunya. Yet. Don't worry. You are still. You will make it. Don't worry. You'll make. Yeah, automatic is a doctor, but you know, people say veterinary are not doctors because they don't have PhDs. If you don't have PhDs, you don't qualify for that. But I know they are all doctors, exactly. We are born with the title. Oh, you are stealing the title. Then I call upon Dr. Florence. Dr. Florence. Yeah, Dr. Florence, she will be coming here. And then I call upon Dr. Irene Wanyenya. She wants to be called a professor. Please. Nachito, yes, she was the one. She was telling me she wants to be called Nachito. Please, enjoy any seat. I know I will need one seat, but. Oh. You know, it's chosen by God, not me. For me, my job was to write the names. And then I call upon Dr. Brenda Kisingire. It's by choice, not by choice, but by the competences and the position being held. Where is the Mildred? She's not here. Okay, can I call upon? There's one person I want to come to the panel, but you have to come with your seat. Pamela. No. And Pamela, Dr. Pamela, please. Yeah, exactly. So members, these people are going to constitute our panel today, and I happen to be given the opportunity to ask them some few questions of application. I know they have been working in this field for a long time. I know they will competently answer these questions. I will start. I'll start by looking at all the introduction have been done. I don't want to talk about them. They know themselves better. And yesterday we learned from the elder that you don't need to introduce them. Go and Google them. And actually, if you're masquerading, everybody will know that all the time. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are looking at Uganda as a country which is basically agriculture. And already we know that most of the people in agriculture, around 70 to maybe 70% agriculturists, and they have a living in agriculture. And all whatever I've been doing on SPSs about agriculture and how can we improve the sector is through implementation of what we have been talking about yesterday. I'm not going to look into what people discussed yesterday, but I'm going to start. I wanted somebody from fisheries. Who is coming from agriculture really here? Who does fisheries? Is anybody here in fisheries? There's one chair there. I want somebody from fisheries, but if he's not there, we live with that. But this private sector. Fisheries. These fisheries. Please come forward if you're in fisheries. Come forward. And I ask the question first one. Because I'm going to move the way I put them. She has come. Huh? Please come forward and have your seat. I'm going to start with you because you have come late as a punishment. Yes. But yeah, I know you are competent enough to answer the question. Yeah, thank you. You are constituting the panel. But in Africa, we allow what? Who knows the answer? We allow people to have many women. So I'm happy if you are, those are all your wives. Be comfortable. Yeah. You know, when you talk about gender is not equality, it's about equity. So you have to remember that always. So now I'm looking at the sector of fisheries. In fisheries, there are many policies which handle fisheries, what? A sector. But when it comes to the topic we are talking about, sanitary and phytosanitary measures, they are related both to animal health, talked about that. But I want to ask you one question. I know there's exporters of fisheries here. Maybe they'll help you a bit. But how do you think the exporters of fishery product ensure compliance with sanitary and phytosanitary measures, especially for fisheries? And how do you think they will address the complexity of international SPS standards of fisheries products? For example, certification and traceability. In the view of that, EU has developed very stringent measures which have to meet. At the same time, locally here we eat fish. How do you combine that so that people implement a robust system of sanitary and phytosanitary measures in the fishery sector? I give you 3 minutes to answer that question.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry I'm late. I had issues that couldn't enable me to call early. Thank you so much. If I'm to answer your question, as regards fish, I think we've moved. We are somewhere. We've been able to export without so much difficulties. Recently, we had an EU mission which came to inspect and find out how we are doing. We start right from the fishing grounds. We assume that this fisherman should bring us something which is good, because when you start with clay, you cannot get, say, a cup of gold. So that means we have to start from the beginning. So what we do, we have traceability. We make sure that we know the fisher. And if we know the fisher, we don't stop there. We take them through what we require. Since we are saying we want to make a cup of gold, we should get a cup of gold using gold, not clay. So we tell them to make sure that there is a certain limit of time that the fish is supposed to be without ice. So if they exceed that limit, that means they must put it in ice. So as they move from the fishing grounds, they transport it still in ice. And as they move on, Of course, not only looking at the eyes, but also the food safety, how they handle. Now, as they transport it to the landing site, we must know which trader is going to transport it. They are recorded. At the same time, they are inspected. We have officers at the landing site who we call local fisheries inspectors. They must inspect the fish in any way for organoleptic checks. And as they sample, they find out if the consignment is fit to be loaded for transportation, then they load it. As they load it, they transport it. Again, the transporting mechanisms must be in line with the requirements. At least they must meet the minimum requirements. If it's fresh fish, definitely they must have an insulated container. And this insulated container must be inspected, and it is inspected and issued with a certificate, which runs for 6 months. That means that after 6 months, we think that the truck may have had changes. So that means after 6 months, they must be inspected. So this fish is transported in that form to the factory where it is going to be again inspected by the staff and other measures that may take place using HACCP. Because every document, every industry or every factory must have an HACCP. So as they receive it, they start from that entry point until the product is finished. That is the line for export.
Yeah, for the local industry, you see the fish on the market. What do you say?
Yeah.
In 1 second.
For the local industry, we did see the fish on the market. One of the issues we are having, someone was mentioning, is we don't, if I may first say that most of the products we get, we the consumers, we make a demand for it. So we are having, one of the challenges is the demand for the local products. First of all, I may say that we think there is a problem in handling. First of all, the law, we need that law of the food safety law. That is one of it. And as we are coming up with it, of course, we are facing challenges. People think we are not supposed to control the local part of it. We face issues, even as we are coming up with the food law. My other colleagues will come in. The lawyers think we are too stringent on these locals. Yeah? Because if you want something good, you must work for it. You know? As I was speaking for the export line, a lot of finances, of course, I invested in there. That means even the local line, we must invest. And the people we are also trying to come up this law for should also be wanting. So those are some of the challenges we're coming, but the law is coming anyway. It is in these last stages.
Okay.
And we feel that when it comes, you also help us fight with
Thank you.
fight for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. She deserves a clap. So it was a big question. Other aspects will be handled by the exporter there, especially for me. You talked about controlling the people catch the fish. It has to be kept on ice, but sometimes there's a challenge. The European Union may require the date of catch when you catch your fish. Sometimes that's a big challenge for the small fishermen. because they never catch the fish once. They can catch today, tomorrow, but they compile. So in that way, it becomes very difficult to understand the day when the fish was caught. So that's a big challenge also in that sector. So that was my small addition, but thank you very much. I'm going again now on the crop productions. You know, all of us will have food. Now we are in the crop sector. You know, the lot of pests and diseases which are happening around. We have climate change also setting in. New diseases which used to be managed are very difficult. You find the farmers now are abusing the chemicals, and sometimes lack of extension becomes a challenge. So I'm going to ask Dr. Brenda, you are in co-production. What do you see as the challenges of implementing the sanitary phytosanitary measures in crop production, particularly when it comes to pests and disease management? And also, how can the farmers plus other agriculture stakeholders effectively navigate these challenges so that they can comply and maintain productivity?
Prof, if I may, I'm not Brenda. I just wanted to caution the presenters that you have 3 minutes within which your answer should be given. So please, let's be mindful of time. I am timing the 3 minutes so that because we have other presenters.
Yes.
So just for the participants here, please note you have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, thank you for that timing. So the 3 minutes starts now. I'm also looking at my time here.
Thank you, Prof. Let me try and be brief. It's a big one. One, definitely you've mentioned that pests and diseases are increasing in both number, incidence, and prevalence. And the climate we have right now is definitely contributing to that increased occurrence. And also the kind of production systems whereby if you're in monoculture, commercial, so the pests are building up, the pest pressure is building up. But also because of our scattered production all over the country, without much synchronization, because when you synchronize, you can manage and control the pest pressure. But because we grow anytime, everywhere, everything, and most of the crops, pest crops, have a wide host range. So Uganda is beautiful, you know, so the climate is, and also the kinds of crop. The major issue I think that we are lacking in Uganda is a gap, good agricultural practice for each commodity, per commodity, because that would help. And then the kind of ability of farmers to read and make best use of the crop protection products, best, so that they can manage and use them as advice is also lacking. So the first part was a challenge.
Yeah.
The second part is?
How do you think the farmers and other stakeholders navigate those challenges so that they can comply? I told you there's a lot of application of chemicals because they want to control pests. But again, when you want to export to EU and also in our market, we find there's a problem of pesticide residues. So how do the farmers and that stakeholders navigate those challenges of climate change, pest increase resistance, so that they can comply with the standards and also increase productivity without compromising health?
Thank you. So farmers are working hard because right now farming is a business. They have access, limited access to extension staff, but also the Ministry of Agriculture is the Department of Crop Inspection and Certification, the Department of Crop Protection. We are working hard to extend information on pest management. For the export sector, we've advanced well because the farmers are mapped, and we inspect, we train, we work together with private sector to extend this information. But as I've already told you regarding the challenge, there's still a challenge because of the incidents, and climate change is not helping. So as regards the staple crops, because we need to also talk about our national food security, the Department of Crop Protection works very closely together with research and local government to handle the food security matters. But for export, because farmers are organized, traced, inspected, monitored, when interceptions come in, we can follow back to the farmer, to work with the farmer and rectify the problem. So we can see that the interception numbers in the export sector due to pests and diseases are reducing. But then there's another challenge as they try to combat the pests using pest production products, crop protection products. Then the incidence of interceptions due to pesticide residues increases.
Do you think if we introduce farm identifications or farm identification number could contribute a lot to monitor those issues?
Yes, it's been evident that the more the farmer recognizes that he can be identified, the more he's encouraged to do the right thing. That has been very, very evident. And that's why the number of incidences of interceptions are reducing, because they know they can be identified. And we tell them that this is not to victimize you. We are about facilitating trade, food safety, and food security. So now, because of the close relationships, putting farmers in groups, having associations we work with, the kind of collaborative measures that are in place are helping. And then the farmer recognizes that they should also do pest reporting, pest scouting, pest reporting to get help.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we move towards in our sector, this animal production. All of us will have the meat, and we'll have poultry, and we'll have to eat meat every day. But the warning is that if you continue eating a lot of red meat, you are likely to suffer from cardiovascular diseases. So members reduce the meat you eat. But when it comes to the sector, we find that Uganda is experiencing a lot of disease outbreaks. You have FMDs, you have Rift Valley fever, you have parasites, you have swine fever. There are a lot of diseases which are emerging in that sector. And actually, these are hampering our trade in live animal. I'm happy that there's somebody who's doing that. You wouldn't love to transport animals which are diseased. That's why you have the animal routes, you have animal control checks. That's why you have quarantine. Now this question goes to Dr. Sewunya. Viet. Is it Viet?
Yvette.
Yvette. So putting that in consideration, you are naive in animal production. How do we balance animal health with the implementation of SPSS measures along the animal value chain without disrupting trade, but focusing on avoiding the spreading of the diseases?
Yes, thank you, Professor. My response to that is we need to improve or strengthen efforts that are aimed at prevention of these diseases, especially trade-sensitive diseases. As you're aware, the country or the ministry has really put in effort in the control and management of FMD and other diseases across the country. We have strengthened extension services. We have provided mobility services, training. We have put the law that regulates the veterinary professionals has put a lot of effort on CPDs. So there we are improving capacity of the veterinary professionals so that they are much more aware and enlightened to situations as they come into the country. So in other words, we are improving extension services veterinarians are moving out to these farmers and preaching the gospel of prevention. So here you have vaccination programs. We have biosecurity on farms has also increased in a way that we want these diseases to, the incidence to go down. And when it comes to SPSS versus animal health, we have the ministry is spreading the gospel of animal management. Yes, basically that is what we are moving in. We want people to know that a healthy animal is what can pass all the checks of sanitary measures for you to access the market. Then when it comes to trade, especially international trade, we are doing most of the work before the animal reaches the point of trade. The inspections or the preliminary checks have been done on the farm. So you find we have checkpoints on these stock routes before the animal reaches the market or the point of trade. You have these check routes, or these checkpoints on stock routes before the animal reaches the point of exiting the country. These documents of these animals before they reach the country are sent 2 days prior, so the inspector is able to do checks, the laboratory checks, the permits, both the import and export, whether the import and health certificates of these animals, if they're in order, before the animal starts the journey. And when the animal reaches the point of sale, either in the local markets or the point of exit, there is physical inspections of these animals before they proceed.
Yeah, actually, I think in this sector we need to do a lot when you really want to trade. I give you an example in Botswana. Botswana is good. One example they give in Africa that export of animal to EU. They have done more than what we need to do here. This inspection we do here at animal checkpoint are not very important, but traceability is very, very important if you want to do international trade. So we need to introduce that one seriously in our sector.
Yes.
Yes.
When speaking on the point of traceability, our animal diseases bill that is in drafting, it has captured that well, and there was a pilot program that the ministry undertook, and they were able to see whether this concept of traceability can be done, and the proof of concept was presented, and it was a success. So when this law comes into when this bill is passed and it was passed into an act of parliament, we shall be able to enforce the traceability and identification program.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Now I move to another area. I have somebody who deals with farmers, isn't it? You deal with farmers, and exactly these are the people who produce our food, and automatically farmers are also consumers and also a consumer. So looking at that in your sector of horticulture, that's where we need to implement the sanitary and phytosanitary measures very, very well, isn't it? But this job should be done basically by the farmers, isn't it? The question is, how do we encourage collaboration among the farmers, the growers, the regulators, and also trade partners to enhance the implementation of SPSS into the horticulture sector?
Thank you, Professor. I'll start by what somebody else was saying, that we eat what we don't produce. Because we have a lot of confidence from the products that are coming outside of the country, because we think those people are really doing what it takes. The people who are supposed to do the monitoring, the inspection, are really doing what they're supposed to do. But when it comes to our country, I think this is something that is really orphaned, no mother, no father. And this is my simple suggestion. Almost everybody is a farmer, okay?
Even myself, I'm a farmer.
Even yourself, you're a farmer. And when you look at the people who do the farming, most of them are illiterate. Or even those who are educated are not specialists in what they're doing, meaning they're just learning on job. And since everybody is doing it. It is very hard to extend a device, extension services to these people. When you look at the ratio of extension workers to the farmers, I think it is 1 to 1,800, something like that, which becomes almost impossible. My suggestion is that if we could have collection centers or producer management organizations where we can, at least for every district, at least, but it should have been for every county, where we have almost all the services under one roof. Can we have extension services there? For example, if I want to start producing something, I will go there and get the advice. Can we have almost everything going out of the district or sub-county checked there? Somebody at least to do some checks. If I want to apply some plant protection products, somebody's there to advise. And also when it comes to stocking, somebody's there to check for the genuineness of these products. Because one of the things that is increasing MRLs, both internationally and the local market, only that on the local market, nobody's there to check and give reports. We have fake products, okay? And once this illiterate farmer sees that the thing is not dying, he's going to say this thing is stubborn. I must double, I must triple the dose. Which ends up killing both the person applying and the health of the product. And almost everybody who's going to consume it. The entire environment is contaminated. So having a one-stop shop center for services is good, and especially when it comes to the final man, this Brenda who comes monitoring. Though we also need somebody like Brenda who does the monitoring for the local market. Because it's like, nobody cares. At this point, I'll thank the government. At least they've managed to put the products off the ground, and we are getting into the markets. When at least you pass for Sega, everybody has been put into that market. But you would wonder, on a rainy day, even when it is not raining, everything is down, the tomatoes are down, the pumpkins, the oranges, everything else. And you're bending to buy something where sewage has passed, and nobody cares. You're like, Brenda, you're a government official. Can't you do something and tell this person, what are you doing? She's like, that is not my department. And she will walk away. Then also, the other suggestion is, can we have alternatives to production remedies when it comes to pests and diseases? And also, if these things have been contaminated, is there anything that we can do to like remove the chemical? Because what we are eating is really becoming very, very unsafe. Everybody thinks the one thing to do is to spray, is to use chemicals. IPM is not working. Organic, that is a lie. But can we have NARO come down and help us to do some research? And when they do this research, because I'm sure they have done some research, but the way it is even disseminated, they do their research, keep it on the shelves. Can we disseminate it? Can we have it, demonstrated, and we see how it works? Because if we have research in this country, where are the results? Where are the products? They just keep it to themselves. Thank you.
Okay, I've seen you have a big challenge there in your sector, especially when it comes to the people. I've seen the market, the government have constructed markets, but sometimes still you find people selling their stuff on the ground, regardless of market being there. There is something more to do with the people than establishing the markets. I usually believe that. For me, I think there's what I call the mental change. People should be touched inside the head, and then they will change slowly. But there's quite some kind of mentoring. Sometimes very hard. So when it comes to farmers, they want their productivity to increase. That's why they double the amount. But again, the extension services are still lacking. One time I was in Imbarara, I looked at a DVO. There's one DVO which is moving on a border in the whole region. I said, how can this lady be effective to manage this area? So we need to increase the number of extension services on that. But again, the IPM we are talking about is one of the parts which can be used. But do the people on the ground know? Because I know IPM has made so much academic. So we need to do more to take this information on the ground, but the information to be very clear and simplified. So thank you very much for that.
Maybe before you leave me.
1 second.
Yes. For the markets that you're talking about, I have also seen them. It is because maybe there is a political idea behind it. People are placed where they cannot make sales. But at least for the big markets like Busega, like Nakawa, like Wandegea, at least people have been forced to move inside there. And at least there's at least some little trust you can put, because at least the shelves are cleanable compared to the...
Okay, before you go ahead, the problem is caused by the consumer. The consumer who is lazy to go inside the market to buy from the store. Their mentality has been stuck on buying easy along the road. And that's why these women come, because they see the customers on the road. So we have to change both the consumer and also the seller, so that they stick there inside the market. So enforcement comes in. UNBS can do that. So I go to another area. This is the National Drug Authority. I know Irene.
Just a minute. Sometimes we are required to be responsible government officials.
Yes.
So I'm glad that she's talked about some of the markets which are being improved by government. But then also I wanted to highlight, members, that we have the bioprotection portal, which has all the other alternatives to the synthetic pesticides. It's available. We are working with NARO and CABI to sensitize and make sure that farmers know about this. And also government is coming up with a ZADI structure to bring services closer to the people, where we have animal, plant, and fishery services close, and we're coming up with the aggregation center. So those are things in the pipeline, but because of the time limit, we can't explain all that which is already being worked on by government.
Okay, thank you.
But Prof, like I said...
1 second. Because
yes,
I want to move to another person.
They are doing them, but they're not telling us. If Lawrence doesn't know,
that's what I want to tell you. One time I was working as a mentor for NARO. These are NARO agricultural institutions. I told them that the moment you discover, I use the word discover, there's no more people are discovering. The moment you come up with a solution, please make a noise of the solution from the research institution. It's useless to keep your innovations at the research institution without making noise. The same with NBS. I've been telling them, please, your publications should make a noise. Whenever you bring a new standard, don't wait. Just make sure a new standard has been on this company, People will hear and maybe they will be able to implement. But the moment the standard is said, you put on the portal, how many people reach on the portal? The PR which is there in UNBS can do that. So also NARO organization, the ZADIs, they have to do that all the time. Make a noise about your solutions, but don't just keep them there. So we have that challenge also. So for Irene, Irene, the question you are going to answer, though you told me that you are not supposed to answer things which you don't know, but I'm going to I'm going to make it easier for you. You know, in drugs, also there is sanitary and phytosanitary measures, isn't it? We have had a lot of medicinal drugs on the market being, I can say, fake. Let me use Trump's word, fake drugs. But again, also we have seen there are a lot of local drugs, so medicine, herbals are being produced, isn't it? And it's within the docket of NDA to make sure that these drugs, they don't cause ill health to the public. So in that aspect, what do you think is the role of DNA? I mean, not DNA. You see, DNA is a problem again in all families. That's National Drug Authority, but DNA is a challenge to the families. I will tell you a story about that later. So in the National Drug Authority, what do you think would be your role? to help those people who are producing the traditional drugs, the herbalist tea or the medicine, so that they comply with what? With sanitary and phytosanitary measures. Put into consideration, these are plant material. Some of them are sprayed with chemicals. I really don't know. Please, can you tell us what the drug authority is doing on that?
Thank you very much, Prof. Just for clarity, I didn't say that I think I was just saying that we are required to speak on our areas of expertise, but all the same, I will attempt to do that. Definitely, National Drug Authority, the mandate is to promote and protect animal and human health by effective regulation of drugs on the market, those which are coming in and also which are produced locally. And one of the areas, actually, one of the functions of National Drug Authority is promote research. And when it comes to promoting research, specifically when we are talking of the, I think you're talking of the herbals, we have a unit, a department that is specifically dealing with herbal medicines. And definitely, one of the areas, of course, herbal medicines are not, their formulation is not as clear-cut as these other conventional medicines, but the important thing is to bring the practitioners on board, and we work with is it in the one in Wandegea Chemo National Chemotherapy, yes. So the basic thing that we offer these people, because they are really like, they are not big scale, so it is training and majorly in the GMP, but then it has to be the very basic good manufacturing practices. And when, of course, we talk of manufacturing, we are not talking of the big facilities, but we have to bring it down to their level of how can they handle the materials that they use to develop the drugs, and also now some of them, we take them up to the certification level, because some of them are now already recognized by National Drug Authority. Of course, it's a big challenge, it's a big area, because most of them are, I should say, they are cottage, and they don't come out. You know, most times you just see the drugs on the market, on the shelf, and some of them will even say we have been approved by National Drug Authority when they put up those adverts. But because we also regulate the advertisement and promoting of medicine, so when such fake I shouldn't say adverts which are not yet, you know, approved come up, then we have a unit also which goes and follows them up. And if we find that they are not doing it the right way, then we have to bring them on board and take them through the requirements for them to be. Actually, we call them notification. For drugs, they are not even, it's a notification process, because the measures are not the same as we apply to the conventional medicine. So most of them are just notified, but still there's a process, that's basic requirements that they must go through to get that notification.
Do you think it is very important to work with the UNBS as the NDA?
Yes, we do. Definitely, we do collaborations. We work with UNBS, we work with MAIF, but now on drugs, because basically with UNBS we had been dealing with the medical devices. At least there's a technical committee on medical devices where we are dealing with them, and also at some point those herbals which are food related, like food supplements, yeah. So those are where we really come in. But because of the way the laws are structured, you know, when something is it's a drug and it has no aspect of food, it definitely comes back to NDA. But then where it is a cross-cutting issue, then there is definitely collaborations with NDA. Sorry, with UNBS.
Thank you. The challenge usually comes in when you look at the claims. Also, herbal medicine has claims which are nutritional, which are under the docket of UNBS. That's why I think you need to collaborate in order to make things move very well.
Yes, Prof,
Okay.
you're right, because most times UNBS, when they bring like, especially like, which are kind of drugs and supplements, food supplements, they will not actually certify it until NDA has given their approval.
Okay, thank you. Now I move to another area. This is under the director of UNBS, but I will not start with the big boss. I'm going to start with the small fish, Pamela. Pamela works a lot with technical committees and usually can be a secretary for technical committees. She's among the delegates who go to ESC to deliberate on standards so that they harmonize it. Now the question is about the technical committees. What do you think are the key challenges of our agricultural technical committees in developing and implementing sanitary and phytosanitary measures or standards? And how can this committee ensure that the standards are effectively protecting the health and the environment while contributing to the agricultural trade?
Thank you, Prof. Since I'm the small fish in the pond, I'll just highlight a few things and I'll ask my manager to come in later.
It will come for him, his question, don't worry, just concentrate on that.
All right, so at the standardization level, the key challenge that we have is basically getting the right representation from the organizations. Most of the time, we send out invitations, but unfortunately, the people who are sent are not people who are on ground or who are knowledgeable about the subject. So what we try to do is that when we realize that that is one of the problems that we have, we've gone ahead now to do a lot of sensitization on the importance of standards and how they impact the trade and safety of the different products. And definitely we have a number of TCs. We have about, under food and agriculture, we have about 23 TCs that cuts across plants, animals, and issues to do with packaging, and it actually takes care of all these issues. And within there, the issues of SPS issues are highlighted, most especially when it comes to like the animal and plant, where we, like for the plant, we have the seed and propagation materials, and inside there, all these things of SPS issues are handled there. But I think the most important thing here is to do a lot of sensitization, which we are trying to do, both at the standards level, and we also have the issues to do with training. We invite people to come and participate in them. And also a lot of work is being done under the PR in helping us to sensitize people on the importance of standards.
Okay, thank you. What you have said is to increase awareness about the standards, and I think yesterday we talked about it. And you know, the standards are very complex. We need to simplify them and maybe translate them. This one requires funds. And actually, I know one of the biggest problems UNBS has is the budgetary constraint, which does not enable even people to go, even in ESC here, to harmonize the standards. So we need a lot of funding to go into this area, of which UNBS, I think, can do the budget so that we can get the money. Okay, thank you. You had something to say?
Yes, Prof. I think what UNBS, in addition to that, what UNBS has noted is that we have right now a number of standards. There are quite many. And just as you've just said, the challenge is that these standards are technical and people at the ground, like the farmers, they are not really acquainted to this kind of language. So we have attempted to do some translation of certain materials, certain standards, And we have done quite so much together, even with you, Professor Muyanja. You've seen them, but we are going in that direction. Actually, we are going down, we are listening on the issues of doing standards, while people out there don't know what is embedded in these standards.
Okay, thank you. Now I got the big fish. Dr. Otieno, Andrew, this is for you. You are standing in for the executive director. The question is about imports and exports. In trade, we allow that. But when you want a country to be economically viable, it tries to export more than what it imports. And that's where the issues of sanitary for certain measures are. Now, again, in order to simplify the life for exporters and importers, UNBS is in that line. So what do you think are the biggest challenge for exporters and importers when it comes to compliance with the sanitary for certain measures regulations, especially during inspection? And how do you give the feedback to the exporters and importers on the feedback of their consignment in terms of failure and success?
I don't know whether I can answer that one. We have the exporters here. We can ask them. But number one, I think there is limited support infrastructure and resources. I was listening to the fish story, and I was wondering if we had somebody doing fish farming in Adjumani and they wanted to export fish, how do they move that fish to Entebbe Airport? Maybe they reach the airport and the flight is the following day. What cold storage facilities are there? And then it also struck me that very many young people are reporting that they are getting sick of typhoid and wondering how they are getting this typhoid. Apparently, they are drinking a lot of whiskey. And you know whiskey, people like you like putting in ice cubes. The water that is used to make the ice cubes, probably because of the volume and the requirement in the places that they go to, there's a lot of need for ice. So by 10:30, the water they are getting to generate the ice probably is coming from an unclean source. So that is how they are getting the typhoid. So when the fish people were talking earlier on, I was wondering, the ice they use to cover the fish, because the idea is there's a limited time from out of the river, they must cover that product in ice. Does that ice introduce something to the fish? Anyhow, so limited and limited infrastructure and resources, I think, is one of the key challenges. But also, you know, SPS issues sometimes can be technical. And so capacity and expertise. The people handling these products, I think, need to be trained properly. Many times the products come from the villages where you have people who are not literate enough. And yet, all our materials, as we have seen, we generate materials written in very scientific English that even some of the people who have been to university may have issues comprehending. So the issue of the simplification of the requirements and interpretation of them into the local languages is key, because as we saw, issues to do, for example, with aflatoxin, they start from the farm. They do not start from the storage of the aggregator or at the border. So they start from the farm level and proceed from there. The other one is yesterday we heard that we actually lack an appropriate SPS policy and regulatory framework. Now, the absence of that is not helping us as a country, particularly for the exporters. When we had issues of maize grain being denied entry into South Sudan, everyone looked at UNBS, but UNBS does not handle export clearance. So we had to collaborate very quickly with MAIF, and I think the agreement now is that as part of the export documentation required is going to be that certification permit from UNBS. I think if we had an SPS policy, we would have had appropriate regulations that would clearly identify that gap and require exactly what we came to eventually to support export in that area. So poor interagency coordination, I think, is something that has come up between agencies like UNBS, MAIF, UNBS, NDA, and that kind of thing. So there has to be enhanced interagency coordination to address that. And general funding and investment in the SPS arena, because outside of the UNBS labs that are internationally accredited and a private lab like Chemifa, are there other food safety labs that are internationally accredited? We need to build that capacity as a country, both in the public domain, but also in the private domain. We cannot rely only on government. We want to see more of the private domain coming up, because then the exporter has an option and a variety, and the turnaround time for him to get the results is going to be reduced. Right now, if you're only relying on UNBS, if you go to UNBS today for certification, they will tell you, because of the backlog, we can only come and audit you after 3 months. 3 months you are waiting, so you can't trade.
Even after 3 months, you still wait.
Even after 3 months, you may still wait.
Yes.
So those are really the challenging areas that we see. Our conformity assessment services support that trade that we want, that export that we want. So timely provision of that is going to help in our drive to increase our exports.
Yeah.
In
And
this area.
from your experience, how is the compliance of our exports from the reports you get?
I think you may have to segregate it a bit. And you're asking me my experience, I think you should be asking Brenda, that should have clearer figures for you. But if you are looking, for example, at grain and cereals, I think the compliance has become better. If you are looking at vegetables, I think it has become better, but there's still a lot of room for improvement, because that is the area where we're getting a lot of notifications of rejections.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, thank you. You want to say something?
I think it's
Yeah, you're going to do that later when they finish. Just put your comments down. I'm going the last part, and then I will encourage people to travel their session a bit, and then we are done. Yes. So keep your questions, and you have to know to whom you are going to ask. So now I'm going to, who has not been asked here? Okay, you are halal, but again I combine you with education. You are coming from Chambog, isn't it?
Yes.
You are twin one. I want you to ask you the first on halal. This is the new thing which is very important. And actually I've seen people producing flour, they are also halal certified. And I usually ask myself why with flour. But I think the reason I know very well. So with your system of halal, can you tell us halal? Hara. Hara. Okay, Hara, I've now known. How do you think the SPS measures are aligned with your standard with respect to food safety and also compliance?
Thank you very much, Prof. The noise from the audience is evident that we still lack some basic sensitization about halal. Generally, the word halal comes from Arabic. So when we say halal, we mean something lawful or legitimate, but that is in terms of a Muslim consumer. However, in terms of trade, we don't look at it that way. We look at it as a technical barrier to trade. Because if you have not met the halal requirements, then you will never be close to stepping in the halal market. And that halal market today stands at 8 trillion US dollars, 8 trillion US dollars. And the biggest percentage of that is in the meat sector. Why? Because I think of all foods, meat is the most religiously regulated. If you look at the verses from the Bible in Exodus, Deuteronomy, I'm not going into that detail, they talk about regulating consumption of how animals are slaughtered, how pigs should not be consumed, and how blood should not be consumed. Going back to the point of halal, in one of the verses in the Holy Quran, God says, eat what is halal and toiban. Because you're asking what is the relationship between food safety and halal. Now, halal looks at the legitimate side. Because if we say, for example, pork, clearly it is haram, it is not halal, it is not acceptable. But let's look at something which is already halal. It has to be toiban. What is the meaning of toiban? Wholesome, good, safe, and ethical. So when you look at wholesomeness, safety, ethics of production, where does that take you? To SPSS and food safety requirements. So that implies that even before a product is certified halal, the first requirement is that it should first meet all the food safety requirements, and it must meet all the SPSS requirements. As a country, we would wish to trade in the halal market. Prof and a few others, you may be aware that 2022 before World Cup, Qatar came to Uganda. They wanted to import 30 metric tons of beef into Qatar for the World Cup season. When the team from Qatar reached government, the first question was, how is your halal certification system? Because the traceability that she has talked about in fish is what is applicable in halal, right from the farm to the table. And we are like, okay, we have Uganda Muslim Supreme Council, it does certification. We have Uganda Halal Bureau, it does certification. We have the standards. We have 4 halal standards from UNBS in our catalog. How is the system? The conclusion, to cut it short, was you don't have a valid halal certification system, because at the bare minimum, you cannot even do traceability. of the animals. They took an example, look at how you transport your animals, the issue of ethics. You do not qualify. What was the next step? Qatar went to South Africa. They have a very, very small Muslim population if you're to think that halal is for Muslim. But because South Africa has all the systems for halal certification, they were given that offer of producing the 30 metric tons for the World Cup. And we we lost that offer as a country simply because our systems are still lacking. So there is no clear cut between halal and SPSS measures. And halal is so strict because it's a religious requirement. In religious, it is either or, there is no in between. So you either have the SPSS measures and the food safety measures all in place, then we look at the halal, or you do not have and we do not go to the next step. So as a country, we are very, very limited. We are very close to all these Gulf countries where I would be importing, but then we can't because we are not meeting the food safety and SPSS requirements. Then someone says, is halal only on meat? Prof, I think asked about flour. Yes, because we are here talking about SPSS measures, right? And we have talked of fish, we have talked of crops. These are not of animal origin, but because the Toiban concept looks at the safety of a product, any product that is not safe is deemed to be non-halal. Maybe at a later date, we shall talk about the details of halal later.
Okay, thank you. I think you have had that education. Yeah, something must be wholesome. Actually, I talked with her yesterday, and we discussed things in the Quran and the Bible. Actually, that's where it originated from. That's why the Muslims can quote Exodus, Leviticus, all those things are there if you read the Bible. Actually, one of the things I read there, never eat a dead animal because you don't know what has killed it, you don't know what disease it has, and also in the Bible, they never eat an animal which has been killed by other animals. But yesterday we were talking with her.
Which is in line with the Wholesome Meat Act.
Exactly. And actually, yesterday we talked with her that she found some people carrying chicken, but they had dead chicken in the cavera. So that dead chicken does not qualify to be halal. And actually, people do it many times. These animals, these pork which are transported from the north, some of them die on the way, but they are never thrown away. So
at least those of Maifa are already aware of what they call sanga meat along the Bushenyi Kasese road.
So these are things which we have to look at. And now, before I end up, you still have the floor. This is an academia. She doubles as an academician, and you have another academician somewhere among us. They can help you. Actually, what is important to understand that the institutions of teaching and research are very important in making people understand the SPS measures. And actually, what I believe that the collaboration between academia, regulators, and stakeholders is very, very important in order to improve research. So in that aspect, in what ways do you think the academic institutions can enhance the understanding and implementation of sanitary and food safety measures?
Thank you very much. One, institutions, any academic institutions, as per our requirements, normally serve three purposes: teaching, or what the general public calls training. So teaching, research, and community outreach or community engagement. So within those three mandates of a university, how do we relate to sanitary and phytosanitary measures? COVAB is here. For them, every time they think about food safety, they think about meat, milk, eggs, and they think about biological hazards. But when you go to in the broader sense of food safety, from food technology, Okay, this is an alumnus of Chambogo, an alumnus of Chambogo. I think now, what does this communicate? That as academic institutions, we have a role to train the human capital that is needed to do all these human capital development. Yes, as institutions of higher learning, we have that mandate and role to do human capital training. Do we have the relevant academic curricula? Yes. We have veterinary medicine, we have food science and technology, we have food safety, we have food law. Are they accredited by National Council? Because if they're not accredited, that's also be another issue in terms of regulation. Yes. Are we doing the right training? Yes, but with some challenges. One of the major challenges of our developing countries is a research agenda that is ideal and not funded by us. When I say us, I mean our countries. Because, well, as you may say that our academia are not research active, we are very research active. The only difference is that we serve the agendas of other nations, not our own nation. That's why I'm saying that the only people that can develop Africa are Africans. So that means that much of the research that is undertaken is to benefit another community, and it does not necessarily address the challenges which are facing our communities. But if we had that link of funding research that is community related, then much of these problems that we are facing would not be there. In this country, we also have another challenge, is that we have a missing link between universities or academic institutions and industry. We have a missing link, for example, between the agriculture training institutions and the farmers and the farms. I'm a farmer myself, and I use extension service workers at the local government. But the farmers in the village will tell you, those ones have blackboard experience. Their things do not work. So that means that there is a need for us to bring our training to the community if we are to remain relevant. We've just been talking about markets, the common market. But you find even educated people still throwing food, rubbish, non-biodegradable waste through the windows of their V8s. So that speaks to the level of training, whether it solves our problem or it was just about cramming and passing and not being able to apply even the basic information where it is appropriate. So do we have a challenge? Yes, we do. We really need to break this link between where knowledge is generated and where knowledge is utilized, or where knowledge is applicable.
Thank you. Usually I tell people that all the research you do, you don't do it for yourself. You do it for the end user. But the biggest problem is how to take that research to the end user. That's a big challenge. But I know the challenge is because we don't involve the end user in our research. Most of our research ideas are on the table. They are not solving what? People's problems.
And they are in publications which the end user will never read.
So sometimes it's
scholarly audience.
Difficult. But what I would love the institutions to do is to integrate these ideas we have gotten here into their curriculum, and not only from curriculum, but they can also do seminars for the farmers at the grassroots, and then also that's how you can ably disseminate the information. So with that, I open the floor. I know some people have burning questions, but before I open the floor, you clap for these guys. They are very, very intelligent. They have not cheated the exam. They have got 100%. So you can fire them some few questions, and then we see how we can. I know these two guys have the burning. Yeah, I want questions now, first. Then the comments, they come later.
Okay, thank you so much, our panelists this morning, and thanks the moderator. I have very brief questions to Brenda, to Dr. Brenda. Doctor, that one is Dr. Double, double doctor, because he's already a vet doctor. And I think Irene, yeah. So
Get a pen and write the question. I'll collect it from
and
three
I think
people and then
somebody
you
from
answer.
UNBS, maybe the chief, yeah, the ED. Yeah, first of all, I wanted for Brenda, it is brief. Yesterday we spent a whole day here busy talking about SPS, and at the end of the day, the conclusion was we need to have an SPS policy. You know, we have been working on an SPS policy, which is in the draft form. Maybe you'll use this opportunity to update us how far Maif has gone with that. And in the same vein, I think you also update us on what is going on regarding establishing the Food and Agriculture Authority. I think it's important that we also get to know how far the process is moving. Then broadly, we know that the mandate for food safety has now been handed over to Maif. Maybe you'll give us a brief of what Maif is taking to make sure that, because a lot has been done before, especially regarding the work of the Codex Committee, which is Secretariat is at UNBS. So Maif is supposed to be a chair. So we don't know whether a process has been established already to have a smooth transitioning from the Ministry of Health chair to Maif. Because as far as I know, even the chair who was in the Ministry of Health has been appointed to another position. So that if Maif has not done anything, then we have a gap there. Because I think perhaps something has been taking place. I would be appreciative if you can give us some update on that. Then the other issue for UNBS, it's a specific one. As the FSA, we've been working with the fruits and vegetable sector with some partners, especially assisting the SMEs and cottage industries that are processing fruits and vegetables. I met in different areas, both in Central, Western, and East. We found this challenge where SMEs are not able to process adequately the wines. Some of the wines they have on the market, they claim they are wines, but people who drink, they say they are not wines, they are kombucha. And then I tried to find out whether what a kombucha is it an alcohol or it's a juice? Because I've seen that our people are getting wasted by drinking this kombucha, which they claim is not alcoholic. You find somebody's drunk and he's telling you he doesn't drink. And he has piles of, of empty bottles. So I thought that that's a mandate of UNBS. I tried to interest myself in this, and I saw that you have, I think, a standard on wines. But I think we need to know whether there has been any effort by UNBS regarding enforcement of these standards. Because we have something between juice and wine. What's that? We need to have that clarity, and it's very serious because people have become drunk. Okay, so So that's a conversation we are going to have when the ED comes in. Then for the doctor squared. Now, first of all, I have been a farmer, a cattle keeper since 2002. I have challenges at my farm sometimes, and I dedicate myself to look around for any qualified veterinarian so that he can help me. I am always even ready to pay any money. I move around Mbarara city, I can't get a single veterinarian who is available to come and assist me. What they always send me are these vet assistants. Now, at some stage, I took interest to find out from this vet assistant his level of education. I got to learn that they are coming from farm schools. And some of these farm schools actually take senior P7 leavers and S4 leavers. So they do treat. Immediately I send, immediately after he has left the farm, they tell me, oh, 1 or 2 days, the cow has died. Now I have got disappointed that I no longer want to get them to my farm because they look like they come to kill my animals. And I think there is a justification for me thinking like that, because when I look at veterinary is a very technical area. But these guys, I don't have the skill. I don't think they have the skills. Where are the vets we see graduating at the universities every year? And secondly, we have other vet institutions which are training people from senior 6. Where are they? You as veterinary, because you have an association, do you think you are adequately helping this country? Because I don't know all these vets who train, where do they go? When I want to train, to treat my kids, I go around and look for a doctor, I get him. But when I go to the vets, they are just behind the shelves selling drugs, and they are not willing to go and help the farmers. So for me, I think as an association, I wanted to know what strategies do you have? Because it looks like you are not serving this country. That's a question.
The last question.
The last question is for Irene. Irene, I think you are going to maybe take it to your colleagues. There is a serious problem in this country. I don't know whether people have raised it about the efficacy of veterinary drugs. It's a very, very serious challenge. I don't know of any, apart from Spona, which is very expensive, 280 a liter, which I don't think not any farmer can, these common farmers like us can afford. All these other ones that you have, trials, I don't know what, all these things, I don't think they are fake. They are no longer, I think the ticks and have developed resistance. So what the farmers are doing, they are getting now the dudu, these pesticides for killing cockroaches and all that. They mix in there. Now, for me, I took interest in those drugs. They become effective when they kill the they kill the ticks. But I did research, and I found that these dudu kind of sprays, they actually percolate into the skin and find their way in their blood, and it can be detected even in the milk and meat. So that renders the meat unsafe. Secondly, they actually render the animals blind. I don't know whether you heard about it. Yes. So for me, I've been stubborn, but I am not doing well. But those people who are doing them, the animals look good, but the meat is not good, and the animals are blind. So please, let us know whether this issue has been noted and if there is anything being done. I thank you, Mr. Man.
Okay, thank you.
Comments, not questions.
I want a question.
And maybe at an appropriate time, I can talk to Beth and Irene a bit to answer some of the questions.
Is it a question?
Some of the questions they have given them might be too much.
Okay, now since the other contributions, I give the chance to people to answer. Yes.
Before we have the panel answer the questions, I don't know whether he's going to take another round of questions, but if you get a chance after this round, can we make the questions very succinct so that we can have a few more people maybe put in the questions? And also in the answers, can we try to be brief? Yeah, on that note, I know that Dr. Baruka also volunteered to help answer the question about the veterinarians. And the ones you are describing, I think they are called the community animal health workers. But I practiced in Mukono for 2 years after I graduated. And the issue you have raised has been there. It's very similar to the SPS policy you told us. The issues, we know the issues, and they have been there for a very long time. And I just checked, they haven't been addressed even from the time I graduated 40 years ago. So the problem is the extension system and how it is structured. The one we inherited was dismantled and replaced by the NADS, which is National Agricultural Advisory Services, which was evaluated, I think, after 10 years or 20 years, however long it stayed, and we couldn't tell whether it was impactful or not. After that, we are still trying to figure out which system now to replace with NADS. So I understand we still don't know how the veterinary services infrastructure and extension service is as of now. So when the 2 years I was in Mukono, we would all wear our white coats, the veterinary doctors, the veterinary assistants, and we didn't have the community animal health workers, but they were called veterinary scouts. They also wear the white coats. So we would all report to the office to wait for the cases to come. And when they come, depending on whom they find there, they say, doctor, they take. And because of the issue of money, so this veterinary scout has been going with the veterinary doctor for surgeries. Like if a cow can't deliver, you go and deliver the cow. And he had watched enough of those. Next time somebody came, he went. He could do it. And the cutting part is easy. He cut and got the calf out. But he couldn't suture back. He couldn't put the cow back, because there's a lot of science that goes into that. He couldn't do that part. And the animal died. And it happened to be an animal of somebody. These are developed animals that had been given out on improved breeds that had been imported and given out on loans. The owner knew the commissioner, so she marched into the commissioner's office and said, I am not paying for the rest of the loan because your quack doctors have killed my cow. So and even the Minister of Agriculture at that point also had a similar experience and went on radio saying we have quack doctors. Our doctors are not quack doctors. But the system, when the farmers come for help, they don't know who is a veterinary doctor and who is a veterinary scout or a community animal health worker. The vets are not there because the services, the rest they will add on, but I just wanted to share those stories. When I graduated also, we had a case also, and this was the Prime Minister's office. The Prime Minister's wife also had one of those improved animals. They had eaten a cavera and they were dying. And so she came for services. This time she was lucky she didn't get the quack doctors. There were two of us. We hadn't done one at vet, we had just observed, but we had the theory. And between the two of us, we did it successfully, we were lucky. And so that one survived. So the problems are many. I just wanted to share those cases so that you know that these people are not going to be able to address that issue like the one you mentioned until we figure out the system of how you can get access to a doctor.
Okay, thank you, Margaret, for that. Now I give Irene. Irene, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, moderator, professor, and Dr. Nanias. Thank you very much for the question about the efficacy of veterinary drugs. Well, first of all, I thank you for the question, and definitely, I will also at some point need to probably escalate it to my superiors, as you earlier mentioned. But to give you a background to this is something not new to National Drug Authority, and it's something that an area that is ongoing work by NDA when it comes to, because the major role of NDA is to ensure efficacy, quality, and safety of animal and human drugs. But then, of course, like any other regulatory work, we face challenges like any regulator worldwide. One is, you said that you don't think some of these acaricides are fake. Well, I could say that some probably could be fake if they are brought into the country through unconventional means. And this is something, if you see that NDA has been very top on the agenda, trying to do the market surveillance and getting the counterfeit drugs. But also when it comes to the acaricide and their efficacy, this is something that came to the attention of NDA quite some time and being followed up. But even research has been done by the persons on NDA, I think together with COVAB and maybe MAIF, and to some extent it was found that the efficacy issues really are caused mainly by the irrational use of the acaricides, because I think according to the experts, they are supposed to be a rotational kind of use of the molecules that are included, that are form part of the acaricides. I mean the effective drugs. I mean I can just say the molecules or the things that work. But if they are not rationally used, if you use the same, acaricide over and over, these these ticks also get resistant. They play around their own whatever to get resistance. So one of the areas actually when the research was done, it was found out that yes, even those acaricides which were implicated, they were not fake, but the issue came down to the use. So at that point, a lot of extension work has to be done to educate the users down to the grassroots. And in this, what I know is NDA works together with the Ministry of Agriculture. There is NDA established a desk there in Ministry of Agriculture, but it's an issue of collaboration. We cannot say we are pushing the blame here and there, but it's an issue of collaboration to say that the end user knows how to use the drugs rightly. Even when it's a very good drug, but it's misused, it will definitely have those problems. So that's what I can answer, but probably Doctor will add on. Dr. Sylvia, thank you.
That's drug abuse and misuse. You have to control that.
Yes, thank you. Straight away to the answers. Let me just chip in. Resistance is a normal phenomenon. So whether we have the best molecule on the market or not, the resistance is natural. Over time, these ticks, bacteria, they develop resistance. So what matters is how we use these molecules, these acaricides. My response would be is for you to get in touch with your DVO. I can provide you with a number, the city vet of Mbarara, so that you get the right services. Then when it comes to the issues of unprofessionalism, that is worldwide in all professional services. Quackism, whether in engineering, architecture, food safety, we have people who are masqueraders. Even if you have a PhD maybe in philosophy, in psychology, and you go and treat, you are still considered as a quack. So quackism is everywhere. How we are handling it as the ministry is, we have the new law that has come up, and that is going to streamline, not even trying, that one we are sure our veterinary board, soon to be a council, will handle that. That one we have high hopes in it, if everything goes as planned. And then to answer where are the vets are there in the communities, but getting the right person might be a challenge. What I tell farmers is, most of us, we tend to have a fear. Ugandans, we like shortcuts, yes? Please walk into the district, go to the district or the city offices, you'll get the DVO in office. Go to the sub-county. Don't, this issue of calling and refer is what is leading our farmers into issues. My advice is go to the sub-county, go to the Gombolola, you'll get the right vet. Go to the district headquarters, you'll get the right vet who will come to your offices. I thank you. And then additionally, they will also advise on how you should rotate your acaricides, because the issue has to do with rotation. Oh, yes. Oh, apologies. Veterinary services in the country are liberalized. They are privatized, what I should say. So you have private vets and public vets. But the issue, private vets are also good because they're qualified as the public vets, but getting the right private vet is the issue. That's why I'm saying, please go to the district vet. At least the person who recommends you, whether public or private, I'm sure he will be qualified. Then let me give Dr. Baluka. She's the previous president of the association.
Okay. Yeah, I would like to help Yvette a bit. Having served as a president of veterinarians for 4 years and also served on NDA board for 5 years, I wanted to provide some responses in addition to what they have given. And I would like to advise you, my brother. You know, people can have a lawyer, can have an engineer, and say, this is our family architect, this is our family lawyer. But when it comes to veterinarian, you only want to call when there is a problem. So my advice is that don't wait for an animal to get sick. It's a matter of time. We know that animals are physiological, just like humans, they will get sick. Even that doctor for the child you're talking about probably could be already a family doctor where you go frequently, where even in your absence, a maid can get a child to the clinic and a child will be attended to. I would advise that have some vet whom you call your vet, who is loyal to you, who will create time and come and attend to that animal. Veterinarians are not so many. Of course, I also teach in Makerere University. If we are graduating an average of 40 to 50 veterinarians per year, we have one training school or college for veterinarians in the whole country if you want veterinary surgeons in the whole country. The diploma veterinarians are not supposed to do surgery and to do certain procedures. That means the number is quite small. Look at how many medical schools now we have that are training physicians across the country. How many? They might be 10 already. So you bear with us, the numbers are small. That's one factor. The other factor, as you all know, we had one of the strongest ministries of animal industry, game and fisheries. And in 1990 to 1993, cabinet made a decision to merge. And when they merged, they reduced the numbers. From a whole ministry with a number of commissioners and directors, we reduced like to a directorate. We have been having one director, that one also they have removed. We have now been reduced to having one commissioner. We had 2 commissioners, production and health. They are saying, you don't even deserve 2 commissioners, just have one commissioner of animal health. What does that mean? If the government really appreciates veterinary services, then it needs to prioritize veterinary services. You cannot reduce from so many directors to 0. You reduce commissioners maybe from over 10 to 1. You reduce the staffing. I mean, what is happening? People are disappearing from the structure. So that one has contributed. And of course, the biggest challenge that I found as a president of veterinarians, that veterinarians lost morale because of that change. I think they were not sufficiently consulted. As you know, opposite Ministry of Health and Agriculture Lab, that whole place was a veterinary village where the ministry, where people were. One day, from there, what they now call public service, up to FL, all those were veterinarians. And then suddenly they received circulars that now you get out and go to Entebbe. And some of you are laid off. And after that, when they were still resisting, instead of being engaged, I'm told actioneers even came and threw them out of offices. That caused a big problem on the software of veterinarians. Some people became drunkards for life. They even wake up when they are drunk. I know it affected us. As a president, I went across the country. I visited chief administrative officers. That change affected us. Unfortunately, we are still waiting for the government to come back and do evaluation. They need to do evaluation of that decision they took 1992-93. I don't think there's been an evaluation to know, to find out whether the change was for the better or for the worse. We are still waiting for that. 1993, I was a first-year student of veterinary medicine, and when the change happened, some of our parents told us, leave the course. There is now no more future for a veterinary profession. Stop the degree, but where would we go? So that caused a big impact on the morale, which has not yet been addressed. But let me not go there. I'm no longer the president. Let me just make my own few comments on NDA. Again, in NDA, I chaired the Veterinary Medicine Committee for 5 years. So I'd like to say, first of all, I had comments on herbal. We now have the Traditional and Complementary Medicine Act. I hope the president signed it. It's supposed to regulate the herbal sector. Number two, National Drug Authority has a unit or a division of herbal where they employ people to specialize and train in herbal. Number three, number three? Herbalists are represented on the board of National Drug Authority. That means NDA has tried to prioritize the issues of herbal medicines, given that also challenges came in from there. Some people went to herbals because they are safe. Instead, some fraudulent people got Viagra, they got things, conventional medicines, antibiotics, and they mix into the herbals. So NDA now has taken interest, they are testing. I'm sorry, you know, when you have been a leader into these politics, you learn how to talk, but let me stop there. Let me stop there. Sanga meat is there, and some of that Sanga meat is coming to supermarkets. Recently, I went to one of the supermarkets I cannot mention, and I wanted to buy meat, and the meat which they would usually sell to me, they said was over. I said, what about that one? They said, this one for you cannot take that one. But this one usually we bring, and we fry it, we cook it, and then people who want ready food from the supermarket, they buy. I said, God forbid. If Sanga meat has reached Kampala city, then I don't know. Okay, we need to love ourselves, and may God help us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for those additions. And for me, maybe what I can note, maybe they said it along Massacre Road, Barra Road. What I can note from what she has said, which is common, maybe Ananias, the moment you take your child at a critical stage, then he's likely to die. What I advise the farmers, actually, when I moved around, people are dealing with cattle, to have somebody to come routinely check the animals, whether they are sick or they are not sick. Actually, the vet, I'm telling the history a bit. The vet course in Makerere during that time, I'm telling you what I had. They used to say the course is very hard and it's very difficult to pass. That was the theory there. So people could not put vet because they feared the course. And another thing also, with this disturbance in infrastructure, people who did vet, they changed the field of study. They went to other fields. They are no longer practicing vet. So that change is there. That's why you see the veterinary people are very, very few. So what you have to do, as Madam Double Doctor has told you, get the number, you get a good DVO in Imbarala, who will continuously check your animals. They won't die. For me, I had the chicken. Actually, all my chicken died. But the problem I knew, because I would not give them antibiotics. And my daughter told me one day that the chicken are dying so much. Where they go? When she was around 4 years. And people told me, sell the chicken. I said, I'm not selling chicken. And they died and they buried them all. 2 chicken remained, but they brought back the chicken. Now I think I have around 89,000 chicken around, moving around. So it's local.
Thank you. Kombucha. I think if there's any sector that has had the biggest problems, it has been that kombucha sector. I'm surprised you didn't talk to the allegation that it enhances the manhood. Yes. So, but in the same vein, if there is any sector that UNBS has interacted with, it is that sector as well. And if there is any sector where we have seen the biggest improvement in aligning to the requirements of the market, it is that one. So I'm going to give the TC secretary just 2 minutes to give us the bueno that you want.
Thank you very much, Andrew, for giving me the opportunity to make comments regarding kombucha. Oh, sorry. I was saying thank you very much, Andrew, for giving me the opportunity to make my comments on the kombucha. One, technically, kombucha is a fermented drink. And in fermentation, you cannot run away from alcohol. Us, as the UNBS, I normally tell people that our role is a midwifery role. We help to deliver the baby. So the baby we delivered on kombucha was adopted from an international setting on kombucha. And it provides for 3 categories of kombucha. The non-alcoholic with alcohol, 0.5%. Then the mild alcoholic with a maximum of 5%. And then the strong kombucha with alcohol 5 to, I think, 10%. So it is up to the consumer to choose. Yes, as long as you're fine with whichever category you would like to consume. Otherwise, like my manager said, this was a very problematic sector, but we tried to work with all the other stakeholders. We brought everybody on board, and the sector has been streamlined. And we are getting very good comments from the manufacturers and also from the consumers. Of course, again, our role as UNBS, as we support manufacturers, as we allow for innovation, but we're also mindful of the health and safety aspects of it. But I think before I also leave the floor, I need to comment also here that as in the region, we were the first country to develop the standard on kombucha. And as I speak currently now, we are working on harmonizing the standard in the EAC region, because our colleagues in Kenya and Tanzania and also Rwanda have experienced a boom and in the demand of such products. So this process of harmonization of this standard is currently ongoing, and we invite all of you to participate in this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anything more from you, sir? No, thank you. I'm going to the lady first.
Thank you, Prof. I'll try to be brief. I'll answer the first question and then request Dr. Michael Kimanga to give updates on the development of the Food and Agriculture Authority. So, updates on the SPS policy. Yes, it is still in draft, a number of years. I don't want to say the actual number, but we presented the draft policy to the Senior Management Committee of the Ministry of Agriculture. It was approved with some recommendations. And we were directed by the PS to sit. There's a team, actually a number of us, fisheries, animal, all of us here, we're part of that committee, to sit with a few private sector stakeholders to see if we could update some dates in there, because you see it was developed with your support as a consultant. So they wanted us to update the references because the PS, to be able to present it to cabinet with the minister, we needed to have more recent dates. And then also a few figures, to update the few figures, because the regulatory impact assessment was also a little bit old. So a number of issues came up last year that delayed that meeting. But the meeting has been scheduled, and I think the PS is waiting for that communication from PASAID, because PASAID was given the responsibility to coordinate the private sector in that update. But otherwise, the draft policy was approved, and once we've done that, it will be tabled by the minister to cabinet. So, Dr. Kimanga, maybe just before he gives us that update regarding the Codex Committee chairing, we in MAIF, because we work very closely with UNBS on many matters. George is looking at me. We work very closely on so many matters. So one of them is the Codex Committee meetings. And as we speak, on Monday 15th, there was another meeting that together were supposed to prepare for the next Codex activities. So we work very closely, and we are going to continue that way until all the other administrative arrangements have been concluded. Then we shall be guided on that matter at more senior level. But right now, we don't want to tamper, because this is a national matter, and we are willing and to collaborate with Codex, the current Codex committee set up at UNBS to continue this matter. It's bigger than individuals, it's a national matter. So they've been doing a very good job, and maybe my personal wish is to get that walls unit of yours. I've been talking to acting ED here, that they should come and sit in the Farah, and we continue this national work. So over to Dr. Kimanga.
Thank you. Doctor, I've given you 1 minute to do the job. And now I'm no longer going to take more comments, because I want somebody to come and present. Dr. Richard Okot from Ministry of Trade and Industry and Cooperative. I'm going to give you, you'll be the last. I know why I did that.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Brenda, for giving way. It is always not easy for a presenter to give way. I had even made a question for for Professor, but he's saying no more comments. My answer on that is that the Food and the Uganda Agriculture and Food Safety Authority, the bill, the first draft was out. We have had a lot of consultations on them. We were told by PASAID they had an issue on food safety that they wanted the bill to address before it goes to cabinet. So they have kept us a ransom up to now. There are issues they are consulting their private people until they give us, then we go to cabinet. So they are the ones who are delaying us. The other bits of SPS, drugs, agrochemicals are okay. It's only food safety keeping us. So once they have finished the consultations, I hope they are consulting you, then you move. And as she said that last time I was in senior management, the PS really wants us to do a new RIA for the SPS policy because the problem has improved. So I hope, as per said, because the team will be able to finish the new RIA. Thank you.
So the new RIA will do everything. Exporter, 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Professor. Actually, I'm just off balance now. First of all, you gave my boss very few minutes, and then you ambushed her the moment she had just come in. But what we wanted to share, because when you look at all the value chains within the agriculture sector, there is no value chain that has gone through a lot or accomplished a lot in terms of SPS like the fishery sector. And I think it should have been given chance to share what they have done for other value chains that are struggling to benchmark from there. So, and I believe that actually my boss should be given more time to talk about that, more especially on the issues of
Thank you so much for sharing that. I have a proposal. Those who have not been given time, and we have other sectors, I think, represented here, like horticulture, and maybe they have not presented, and you have a you can make a presentation and share, and then we are going to share all those presentations with all the attendees. And on that note, make sure you signed the form when you are coming in, but there's no space there for email. But you should maybe give your phone number to Caroline Agonzibwa or I or Dr. Charles Okuyo, so that when we are saturating the documents, you get a copy. So because we may not have enough time to have everyone share, but that's a very valid point, and we need to have that information so we can share.
Yeah, the good thing, the doctor is around. He can still share the information. The wise man, 2 minutes.
Thank you, and I'll stand up because what I want to say might be a little rattling. There is what I call a conspiracy of silence between, now I'm wearing the hat of a consumer activist, between politicians, technocrats, and people in MDAs to kill Ugandans. And I say this because of what my friend Othieno said, the ED. In July 2022, the Grain Council of Uganda made a petition to the PSST. For those who don't know terminology, that's Permanent Secretary to the Treasury. They were requesting for Uganda issuing an instrument that would stop export of grain unless it was value added. A meeting was constituted, Minister of Finance. I was part of that meeting. And what I had the whole time in that meeting, half a day, was closed rubbish. Why? Because we were advocating to design something that was already catered for. We have a grain policy, we have a national trade policy which covers export and domestic trade. We have licensing mechanisms. If you look at a summary of the report of the Business Licensing Reform Committee, which was an interministerial committee, you will see we have more than 3,000 licenses, and compliance cost is very high, which is why the private sector finds it difficult to comply. We went back after directive was issued and sat in the Ministry of Trade. Only 2 meetings, and we were able to resolve that issue. Number 1, we must implement the EAC grain standard. Number 2, who was supposed to be responsible? UNBS, MAIF. What was the problem? No money. But at each border, they are seated together. So what needed to be streamlined was, how do you then issue an SPS certificate against certification? Now, the ESC grain standard has provisions that I will name quickly. First of all, packaging must not exceed 60 kilos. What do you see on the market? 100 kilograms plus. Now, these are compliance issues. So we designed a mechanism between UNBS and MAIF and demanded that the Minister for Trade issues a statutory instrument giving 3 months before compliance, which is why that coordination at the border exists. No funds were required. Okay? Now I'll go back to the conspiracy of silence. When we developed that interinstitutional coordination mechanism, I was part of the leaders of that process. Someone designed an intervention where we were supposed to report back to the Minister of Finance, which was sent to me. I edited it, finished it, content, everything sent back. Okay, when we went for the meeting in the Ministry of Finance, a budget had been added, 4 billion. Why? Because we want to develop grain, what do they call them? Those district bylaws. But we have bylaws in this country, some districts have already developed them. what does it cost 4 billion to pick this bylaw from Mitiana and take it to my district and edit? So some of the things we are dealing with are: one, institutional coordination is absent. Number two, the desire to put a budget on everything. And number three, in the absence of the budget, we go back to interinstitutional coordination issues. The Trade Licensing Act is a regulatory instrument under the Ministry of Trade. To get it, you must fill certain forms, including the Markets Act 2023, requires registration of operators in markets, and there are forms provided in the regulations. Now, there are very basic things about food hygiene. Let's forget about food safety SPS, that we would amend those forms, and for everybody who is dealing in foodstuffs to comply with certain basic food hygiene provisions. Fish, meat, butchers, these do not require new laws or policies or anything to achieve the minimum basics required. But we are so responsive when it comes to export trade, which is why now we can export grain because there is a coordination without a new law or policy, but we cannot enforce the same internally. So, can MDAs get down to the existing policies, regulations, and create mechanisms that do that? We can influence amendment of the forms for Trade Licensing Act. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. That's wisdom from my brother. Now, lastly, I told you that UNBS has to work with the NDA. It also works MAIF, isn't it? In most cases, what I have seen, all the analysis which is done by UNBS is very important for the MAIF to give certificate, either of export, of what, but they have to first do analysis. So they no longer do that to issue any certificate regarding any product without analysis of what? By UNBS. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to call upon Dr. Richard Okot please wait, okay. Okay, please, can you please clap for, don't go. Can you please clap? Okay, clap for them in a different way. Chwa, 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 chwa. Okay. Now, lastly, I take a picture with them, then they will go away. Please stand up, my panelists. Yeah. You stand up, I take a very nice picture, and then you take a nice picture for the panelists. Okay. Yeah, please do it very fast. Do it very fast. I thank the panelists, they have done a good job. And I thank you members, you have done also good job. Are you done? 1 minute. Cheers. Yeah, please go ahead. Okay, thank you. One more. Thank you very much. So we give the floor to, give them another clap. We give them the floor. We give the floor to Dr. Koth to take us through his presentation. The presentation is about to building effective stakeholders engagement. Without stakeholders, you can't go far.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. I'm Richard Okot Okello. I'm an Assistant Commissioner, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. I basically head the division of regional and bilateral part of the external trade department. I've been here since yesterday listening to a lot of issues. I decided to keep quiet over some of them because the moderator didn't want to be disturbed. But now that I have the chance, I'm going to override some of the things that he put in place yesterday as rules and regulations. I think Madame Diana is not here from the African Continental Free Trade Area. She left. She told me she has a flight today. Colleagues, I think the matters that we are discussing here is very important. I want to give it to you from a practical point of view. We indeed have concluded most of the negotiations on the protocols, the various protocols, about 7, including Annex 7 of the Trade in Goods Protocol, which is SPS Annex. The framework, like my elder Sam said, does not give you really much. It's just a shell. The real work starts from there. You all recall that we had a bilateral with Algeria on exportation of products from Uganda to Algeria, as well as cooperation on promoting bilateral investment between the two countries. And that was being done under the Guided Trade Initiative, an initiative that was put in place by the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat. And we indeed reached a very good understanding on export of milk products, coffee, and tea to Algeria. An MOU was also signed. The president also went there. And I think last week, during the CADEP meeting, the Minister of Agriculture of Algeria again met His Excellency the President to follow up on the same. But nothing has yet been done. Do you know why? It's because the Algerian who wants to import those products have their own requirements. The halal standard that you've been talking about this morning. That is one. 2, the labeling requirements have to be in Arabic. At that time, the National Dairy Authority started working with, I think, Makerere Institute of Language to have the translation done. And you know, it does not really just come with simply just translating and having the packaging materials in Arabic. But it also requires realigning the production and processing and handling system within those processing farms. And that comes with costs attached to them. And 2, at that time, we were also having this problem of RAPEX, the rationalization of government agencies and expenditures going on. I think the ND has gone back to agriculture. And that means everything perhaps needs to be restarted. So we have failed so far to send any single consignment to Algeria. Based on that, and that is TBT issue, labeling and packaging requirements. So the Algerian experience has taught us that for us to be able to effectively utilize the North African market, which is a big market, by the way, and it's one of the emerging markets for our products as Uganda. That is Algeria, Tunisia, and Morocco. We need to do the same for all the products. Fortunately, coffee is already going. I was on the UCDA board until October last year when our term ended. And coffee is doing well into Algeria, Morocco, and Tunisia. The good thing with Tunisia is that we are again configured in the same place in COMESA. Tunisia also belongs to COMESA as a region, and we have our own understanding within COMESA outside the FCFTA. This is what I wanted you to get to know, that SPS is a very critical aspect when it comes to promoting trade. And this is from now the real practical aspect. So until we sort out that issue of packaging requirement, we are not going to get access into the North African market. That is SPS and TBT issues. We had a meeting last year with a team from Kenya to develop what they call mutual recognition agreement for the export of goods, 6 products, grains and legumes. That is maize, soybeans, beans, rice, and I think I've forgotten the other 2. And it covers aspects to do with testing. That is, I think, Article 3 on equivalence. Testing, labeling, sorting, what my elder Sam was talking. When you go to Busia, our maize has to be repackaged into 60-kilogram bags in order for it to go to Kenya. Ours, we pack them in different ways. Others are 100, others are 90, others are 120, and in different bags. They look like a rainbow, others in green bags, others in yellow bag, others white, others blue, all sorts of things there. And transported together with goat's chicken and everything. All heading to Kampala, wherever destination you don't know. But they're coming to the market for sale. So a lot of work has to be done there in order for us. So we agreed on that MRA, that is Mutual Recognition Agreement, for trade in those products, which I think will go a long way if effectively implemented in addressing the issue of non-tariff barriers, which has become really a thorn within the region, particularly Uganda. I hope that will be done. But it comes with one thing, adjustment costs. That means we must have to develop an effective and robust packaging industry. So we need to have our maize packaged like coffee. One single standard bag for maize, all 60. That means we must develop proper storage infrastructure. You know, one thing that perhaps people overlook, when you go to those places where maize are grown, let me just give maize as an example. Go to northern Uganda in particular. When people harvest, they store their maize inside the very room where they sleep and also where animals are tied. Because of security reasons, people sleep with their products and animals in the same place. This is a fact. So we need to address the issue of storage so that products are stored in a proper way, not together with where animals live. I will give you one good example. Because of that kind of mixed up situation, I think it should be 2017, Germany rejected it is called what? Shea butter from Uganda because it traces of DDT. And by then, DDT, the recommendation was that it should be sprayed in-house to destroy mosquitoes. It should be in-house. So it will not affect the general what? Environment. But they didn't know that actually people were storing their food and other products in the house. And that is how the DDT got into the shea seeds. So you see, some of these things appear simple, but that is what it is. Well, that's what's happening. So when you go deeper, then you understand some of the challenges that we have. All right? So we need to address some of the things and see how we move on. Now I want to go back now to why I was invited here. That is building an effective stakeholder engagement framework. What's a framework? A framework is simply a structure, an underlying structure to support how a concept or an idea can be actualized, right? Simple as that. So that is a simple introduction on what it is. It's just a basic structure underlying a system, concept, or a text. And stakeholder engagement is simply a systematic approach towards delivering or a package, training, capacity building, and interacting with your identified stakeholders that you are interested in. Just engaging, like we are doing now. I want to use this as an example. We are now engaging as stakeholders. You have been invited by Mississippi State University in collaboration with UNBS, right? So what does it require for you to have that? You must have that structure in place, the institution responsible for that convening of that engagement. And for this, it is Mississippi University in collaboration with UNBS. So the institution must be there to have that engagement. Otherwise, it will be like a market. You must have a structured way of doing things. Another essential requirement here is that you must have a need identified. The need must be identified for you to engage effectively. What are you engaging the people for? Are you simply just going to greet them, hello, hello? No, it must be something that is essential, something that is meaningful and useful, and must resonate with their interest. Now here we are here because of SPS. And SPS, like I highlighted in my opening statement, it is a very critical aspect if we are to really meaningfully trade. And that is why we are here. And that is the need. And we have seen there's a gap. How many interceptions are we having in the EU market of fresh fruits and vegetables? Between 2017 to last year, I used to receive on my desk almost every day notification from the EU. Interceptions. Sometimes it is simple thing as documentation, wrongly documented export, for consignment. Sometimes it is simply just, anyway, let me not go there. I know there are a lot of things that have not taken place to address some of those things. So the need has to be clearly identified, clearly articulated. And once you've identified the need, that need will then help you to inform you who are the relevant people that you should invite. That is a stakeholder mapping. You do the mapping there. I don't think if we are here by accident. I think the two institutions sat down and carefully identified that these are the relevant, otherwise you would be having UPDF and prisons here. But it is, we are at the relevant people who are here. Yes. We'll be having a traffic police here. But traffic police are also important. They are also relevant. In as far as transportation of our products are concerned, they are there. Only that they are not so critical. So you need to identify who is critical and who is relevant and who is there. Yes, you may be relevant, but you may not be critical. That is why you see the others who are sitting in the back there, and there are those ones who are sitting in this table. You see, so the tables are also allocated in a different way. So this one is a very critical table. Eh? Yes, I think I'm not lying. These are facts. You can see the arrangement. Okay? So you need to identify your stakeholders, and that will, the need will inform it. And certainly, you also need to identify the most effective mode for the engagement. We could have done Zoom, eh? We could have done Zoom. We could have also done phone calls. We could have also done emails, but perhaps they are not very effective to achieve the objective that we want here. All right? So I think perhaps this is the best physical engagement, the best. That is why you even had group discussions here. And I think that is the most important thing. Of course, we would have actually met along Kampala Road or in the park or anywhere to have the discussion. But they chose to bring us here, skies, in this particular room, so that you have a comfortable engagement and discussion without the unnecessary noise and traffic and people interfering with your concentration. So it's important that you take all those into consideration. Then, of course, this one is very important. The issue of the resources. You know, you see people sitting here, they're very interesting people. You invite them 2-3 times, you don't give them transport. The next time, the fourth time, they'll never attend your meeting. So you must have resources. I'm not lying. I'm not lying, isn't it? If you don't give them lunch, then they're going to complain. They must have water. The weather these days is very hot. Kampala made to know today it is 32, but still 31 like yesterday. So you must have resources to make sure that the entire engagement is handled in a more conducive, more friendly, more constructive, more useful way that will help us open our minds and effectively and discuss the issues at hand. So resources becomes very important. If it was not there, this meeting would not be there. So on this serious note, let me thank Mississippi State University. And I saw it in the paper, I don't know whether it is, the name has changed. It is written United Nations Bureau of Standards. check your concept note. I think it is somewhere. Is it the same as Uganda National Bureau of Standards, or this one is different? Okay. ED, you have come now international, United Nations Bureau of Standards. It's okay. It was an error. You know, people who deal with international organizations, sometimes they have that mutation. They can change things. They will think the UNBS now, UN is United Nations. This is Uganda National Bureau of Standards. No, that one is on a lighter note. Okay. All right. Then certainly you need to have people who are resourceful enough to facilitate the engagement. You are not going to just, get serious issues to be discussed and then you bring mediocre people to deliberate it. You will dilute the importance of the engagement. And on this note, you see the people you brought here who have been doing the technical presentations are seasoned people. Some of you have told you they have eaten money on SPS for times. So it means they've been in the field. It means they've been in the field. They've been in the field, they know the subject, and are well versed with it. And I'm happy, my senior said, there is nothing new we are discussing here as far as trade negotiation is concerned. And that is true. Eh? Then, of course, to be useful, you must have the engagement organized in a structured way. You must have the agenda and the program well laid out to guide the engagement. And then certainly, perhaps this is going to be pending in as far as today's engagement is concerned. You must have a framework on how you are going to monitor and evaluate the outcome of our discussion here. Perhaps that will be left to UNBS and Ministry of Agriculture. The University of Mississippi will not be there. So we need to have a well-structured action plan going forward in seeing how best we take forward the outcome of our discussion here. Colleagues, that's the end. I thank you. I thank you very much.
A simple presentation, but very tough. How do you engage the stakeholders? It requires some competence. Not everybody can engage stakeholders. And also to bring them together to discuss, you need skills in order to get information from them. Actually, I do this many times. There's what we call a stakeholders matrix. It's very, very important to do that. Actually, there's something you talked about who are critical. Somebody can be an important stakeholder, but not critical. I told my sister there that you can have the technical knowledge, but you don't have the money. The man who has the money is very critical because it's the one who makes the process move. So when you are doing stakeholder analysis, you have to look all into those small nitty-gritties. So I thank him for that. I'm happy. Actually, the first thing he talked about was to give us a brief history. He talked about Algeria. Yesterday, I was Googling Algeria in terms of trade with EU. When I was looking at ICT trade map, Algeria trades with Spain, it trades with Germany, it trades with China. But I thought maybe all the things he's trading there come from us here. It's about repackaging. And then you label and brand. And then the product becomes yours. I remember I told some people that, the pineapple which comes from Uganda, when it reaches Kenya, is sold as what? Kenyan pineapple. Thank you very much. So I can call for you. Okay, put it there. So now we are going to listen from from Brenda. Brenda, come forward and give us your presentation. But you have not clapped for the past, the Mr. Cole. Please clap for him. He has done a good job. So can I call upon Brenda to come over and give her presentation? Thank you very much.
No. Thank you, Prof. Um, Mine is going to be a very brief presentation because I understand Commissioner Dr. Paul Mwambu was supposed to present on international SPS standards. So I haven't made a presentation because we've been waiting for him. You never know, he could come. So just briefly, in case he's not able to come, this is a very, very broad topic. But I could just say, without trying to lecture, because there are so many lecturers here, I just want to say that SPS is, it's in full sanitary and phytosanitary measures. And these are the standards that guide food safety, animal health, and plant health. Those are the three sections. And internationally, we have 3 standard setting bodies for those 3 areas. Probably George might have mentioned some of this, but for food safety, we have Codex Alimentarius working, technical experts working between animal health, World Health Organization and Food and Agriculture, and other food safety experts that help us to set the international food safety standards. Then we have the International Plant Protection Convention with its commission standard committee for all phytosanitary standards. For phytosanitary, we have about probably now 38 international standards for phytosanitary measures that each country is required to domesticate and make sure that plant health is aligned to international requirements. Then of course for animal health, we have so many vets here, I won't go into details, but we have the OIE, WAR. So we have the WAR, which sets the animal health standards. So, but I want to point out an area. Allow me to point out an area without going into detail of what I've mentioned. I want to focus on food safety standards, which has been a major gap in Uganda. Yesterday, I wasn't able to attend the training because we were directed by the minister to take around a very potential, serious investor. Actually, we don't want him to call him even an investor. He's a partner. You know, some investors come and say, I want to do this. But this is a person saying, you know, what do you have? What can I take? I want cargo. And he told us that they want 25, 40 feet trucks per month for avocado and pineapples per month. And they are willing to give a contract to the people who are able to supply them a good product. They want to start that way. Maybe in the future they can see if they want also to set up production, but they just want to off-take, and they also want to bring those departmental stores abroad, you know, to set up here and come and purchase directly. And they told us, take us to at least some pack houses that can help, you know, when we agree with all these farmers. Actually, even as I speak, they are sitting with their farmers. I don't know what the farmers have told them right now. And they said that, take us to those pack houses where they can, now these people bring the cargo, it's packed, standard, international standard, and we take as we entice those people to come and source for themselves. Because they say, as we are not profit making, we don't want to make, we have money. We just want to connect and expose Uganda. It's tasty, good food. So we were bold and said, yeah, we will go. We said now which pack houses. We selected 2. But even us, even as soon as we stepped in the areas, even ourselves, we knew they were not standard. We lost the deal before we started talking. And the guy was very diplomatic. Okay, so what do you do here? The guy said, when the cargo comes, we wash it from here. As soon as he pointed there, we all looked there and said, oh my God. So in some, they asked, so what certifications does this pack house have? Because I'm sorry, I've diverted from IPPC or, Food Codex, because without those private standards, without global gap, without that international food safety standard, ISO 22000, you will not enter the market. That's why government is working very hard with exporters and farmers. Can you imagine? To make sure they get organic certification, all these, because now they are the drivers of the market. Okay? Just like we had previously, that without SPS, you can't meet halal, which is a requirement now. So anyway, basically, can you tell us 10 farmers, pineapples, who are already certified? We are trying to gamble with this information. So as much as we are discussing this, the market has recognized that it is very crucial to have farmers who are certified in these internationally accepted standards. SPS is a bedrock. But without, recently we also had an EU, we've just concluded the EU audit for the sesame product. And the auditors asked us, what are those regulations and standards you're using to certify sesame going out of Uganda to the EU market? Thank God, UNBS has 3 standards we were able to present. That's why we keep saying we collaborate a lot with UNBS. We presented them as government, and we actually were able to show and prove that these standards from UNBS are benchmarked on a number of international codex alimentarius standards, including the hygiene standard. So these auditors were able to go down to the farmers, and they asked them, what has the Ministry of Agriculture taught you to be able to show us one standard that you use as farmers growing sesame, that you comply with to be able to help you move sesame into international markets like EU. So they were able to confidently tell them that hygiene, imagine hygiene. And because they were able to explain that we use the hygiene standard, I'm happy to say that we are not failing the EU audit. Hygiene is very simple. Many people don't know, but it is the basic, most important standard for moving sesame, because our sesame previously has been reported to be contaminated with salmonella. So, I don't have a presentation, but I just want to show that I just want to show that we, as a Minister of Agriculture, together with our collaborating agencies, are working to make sure that we benchmark all our SPS protocols, measures on international SPS standards. So when you look in the drafted Food and Agriculture Regulatory Authority bill, you recognize that we've put in a lot of harmonization with those international requirements, and we've further gone ahead. Okay, food safety is being developed, but it already incorporates a lot of these international SPS standards because we've recognized, yes, people are talking about local gap, but without an international standard, we shall be locked out of the market. I don't know if you have any questions for me, but we are on board.
Brenda, thank you so much for you called it a broad presentation, but I think it was a great presentation, even with some great news, the feedback you've been sharing about the international partners who are coming here for avocado and sesame and who knows what is next. So that was really great. Thank you so much. And to follow up on Brenda's presentation, let's give her a clap. Thank you. When I was learning about agriculture in high school, we knew that Uganda is a breadbasket for this whole region. But for Uganda not to be sharing this quality food with the world, with the opportunities we have now, and other countries within the region are maybe even exporting, taking advantage of all this, including sending out Ugandan food and putting their own labels, I think it should stop. I think we really needed to show that we are the bread basket. We are still the bread basket. Because even during this workshop, fellowship in the US, I was hearing that Burundi, there are so many avocados that are coming from Burundi. Yes, going to US, to Europe. And also, one of the fellows on this program, those of you who attended my presentation yesterday, we had 11 fellows, and the one from Botswana was making sure that they can export oranges. For the first time, we all knew that Botswana has been exporting beef to Europe for a long time. I made sure, when I was there, of course, I made sure I visited their lab facilities where they slaughter where they process the beef. That was a landmark. I'm like, as a vet, I have to see that facility. I didn't go inside, but I saw some of what I could see. So they were known for beef. They have more animals than people. But they've been going into citrus fruits. And this fellow who was on this very program, that was her intention. When she was in the US, she was already meeting with the US people to make sure that the standards are set. What do you need? What is required? And the EU. And as we speak, that's one of our success stories of this program, that Botswana is already now exporting citrus fruits. So, and the same story with the others. So everybody came with their program. So that was one of our first success stories. Zambia also, they already developed a tool to streamline the processes of risk analysis at the borders. So we are going to publish a summary of the projects for each of the 11 fellows. They already wrote their own report, and we are going to see if we can include that in the special issue as well. So I just wanted to commend Brenda for sharing that, and to give hope to the agencies, to the SPS stakeholders who are here, that the challenges are there. But for me, one of my perspectives has always been not to look at them as challenges, but to look at them as opportunities. These are great opportunities if we can unlock ways of collaborating, and each one of us who are here, we can really benefit. We are the leaders that the population is looking at to really make sure the food is safe for them, to improve the conditions, the livelihoods of of the people, and we really need to do the right thing. And just be patriotic and think of what you can do when in the position of influence that you are in. Are you doing the right thing? Are you bringing on board others? Are you collaborating? Are you selfless? Just as an example of Dr. Diane, who was here, she was selfless. We had very, very many of the AU officials who were in the country for the big summit that happened last week. So we reached out to many of them who are already part of this program. We already met with them, and we said, can you stay and come and share and interact with the Ugandan stakeholders? Only Diane was able to stay at her own cost. We need more people like those who are selfless, who are not only looking for what is in it for me, or because I'm on leave, I can't take a day off and just come and interact with people. So we need to be thinking the mindset here, we really need to change that. So I don't see Caroline. Caroline has already shared, I think, the coupons with everyone. Does everyone have a coupon? A lunch coupon? No? Okay, maybe this table is missing, but she has them in her hands. So maybe as you exit, you just branch off. But we have lunch ready. I think we are breaking off for a lunch, if I'm not mistaken. Let me consult just a minute. Caroline, I'm looking at you to give me direction to, lunch is ready? Okay. Let's break up for lunch and be back in 45 minutes. Let's see. Yeah, it's about 1:15. Let's try and be back in time by 2, so that in the afternoon, we are planning on hearing from all of you, because you heard how you are all quality. You are not here by accident. We don't want you to come here and just be a passive listener. We don't want you to go back with yesterday we challenged you to be thinking about practical solutions as we head out. What is the outcome of this workshop? We have met for 2 days. What have we gained? What are the practical solutions we are going out with? So in the afternoon, when we come back at 2, we are going to hear from all of you quickly before we make recommendations. So let's head out for lunch and then come back. Thank you so much, everyone. And for the newcomers, make sure you signed the sheet, the attendance sheet, so that we can work on making sure that we provide transportation as well as you head back. Thank you.
They have not what they had us what to survive and study. So their time has been good. They have eaten more bread. They have eaten bread and cake, but the people are managing to marry. See. That time when they were young, that's the time when that happened. When you go to the supermarket, they buy bread. They want to grow. Buy bread. Blueband what? Logan. Wewe looked at
There are some computer which we are smarter than the computer, you know that. The computer has never been clever than a human being. Because you are the one who designed them. This is what I want. It's not compatible with the system. Actually, it's complicated. You shouldn't have this one here. Must be right. Is this the one? It's the one. It's the one. This is what I want. Because it. Computer wizard, come and do the stuff. So that is the slide I'm going to present. It has everything I would have presented in many slides. So my topic was about how can we enhance the regulation of SPS to be effective. So I'm going to go through those few points. Sorry, I changed. That word is not, it is strategies, not strategies. The first one, I can start with if you want to improve effectiveness, I start with the simplest one, promote awareness, which we have been talking about all the time, isn't it? All of us, we are crying, awareness, awareness. I'm not going in detail on that. How do you do awareness? You know, campaigns and so on. And then I maybe go to utilize technology. Technology can be used to improve the effectiveness of sanitary and certain implementation of systems. First of all, people are doing disease. You can use technology to know at real time where disease are, isn't it? Have you ever thought about that? People are using the drones for war, but you can apply drones here. It helps a lot in terms of disease management, isn't it? That's one of them. But again, yesterday we talked about the digital platform, isn't it? Notification points. That's technology. But the problem is in Uganda, but it's known everywhere. So you can use technology. Capacity building. Automatically here I'm looking at, can we develop the capacity of the extension workers so that we can help them, and plus the exporters, the farmers. You can develop targeted kind of tailored courses for that. On the other side, the academic institutions. how can they integrate the sanitary and phytosanitary courses into the curriculum? Then they are able to develop capacity, isn't it? So these things are not new. Investment in infrastructure, this one I talked about it. Without testing, you cannot do anything. You need labs. UNBS has a lab. VET has a lab. Mackay has a lab. Can we improve on that in terms of testing ability and capabilities so that we reduce on the load which you give UNBS? UNBS told me that you needed 3 months to get your results. And I have a guy who's complaining actually. So, strengthening regulatory framework. Basically here we are looking at what you have been talking about. Ananias here is complaining, the thing is there, the thing is there. We can review, update, and make it with what? New international practices and standards. So we can update our regulations and harmonize them, and then you can improve on what? On the digital framework. Then strengthening institutional framework. We talked about that here. You are looking at REX, you know the REX. How do we make them work together? Coordination, inter-agency coordination, so that we can handle the what? The effectiveness of SPS what? Implementation. So these are things which I'm thinking about which you can do. I'm just giving some few points. The whole presentation is going to be provided. Then engaging the private sector. We talked about them. Private sector controls everything. They have the money, isn't it? They can even set up laboratory infrastructure. So how do you work together to make sure that the public, the government works the private? The private have the money. They can sponsor even research in this area. So we have to engage them in that aspect. And then regional cooperation. East Africa, West Africa. These are regional bodies. We can work together and harmonize and make things move faster. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This is yours.
Okay, does anyone have a question or comment on this very detailed but briefly presented presentation? If there is none, that explains that lunch was good. Because usually when people have eaten well, they tend to keep quiet. No complaint. So we are going to wrap up, right? Oh, there is another presentation, Charles? Question? And okay. Who is presenting next?
Thank you so much, Professor, for the wonderful slide. I just had a concern. Of recent, there has been an increasing concern that to promote or to enhance SPS regulation, there's need to promote self-regulation. And I didn't hear you talk about self-regulation and what we can do to improve self-regulation so that the regulators can do minimum work of auditing the people who are doing self-regulation. I don't know what you say about that. And the other concern is on the issue of third party to improve SPS regulation. What is your take on third party involvement in the SPS regulation? Thank you.
Yes.
Maybe I could start somewhere. In personal development is what you call self-regulation. or self-discovery. And sometimes the other thing they call it empathy. So when you talk about self-regulation, it comes from inside you. But if I do capacity building and I empower you, you as an exporter, you as a SPS extension worker, you as a farmer, you can do that. I think the way we train our people is what we have to change. And also, when I train you, there's what I call mentorship. If I mentor you for some time, I'm give you the tool to do what exactly you are supposed to do by yourself. I told you at the beginning, I've been mentoring factories in the northern area, doing oil. But I go there, we have courses like this, we train ABCD in food safety, blah, 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 in hygiene, blah, blah, good manufacturing, blah, blah. I go away, hustle up and go away. But when I go back the second time, I ask them, what do you change in your factory? They tell me ABCD. Then I tell them, do you think you are ready to be inspected by UNBS? They some say no, some say yes. Then they go for NBS certification. So the self-regulation is about imparting knowledge and also empowerment. Look into yourself. Okay, third-party inspection or third-party insurance, I don't know. But third-party is very important. And I also tell people that before you go to UNBS, to take your money, for example, I'm doing audit. There is internal auditing, which I do myself as a factory. But again, I could bring you, my friend, please come in and check if I'm complying. And you help me to correct a few things. By the time I go to UNBS, I'm sure I'm going to pass. So it's very, very important also to improve on what? On effectiveness. Thank you very much. If I have not answered, I'm sorry.
I thought questions had ended.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
I want to add something.
I am giving him 30 seconds.
I,
Okay.
Okay, I can go ahead.
Thank you. So I just wanted maybe to say something on both regulation and certification, because why we need to clarify is that I was involved in developing a strategic plan for food safety in Africa, and we proposed self-regulation as a mechanism for improving informalities in Africa. Because as you know, as it was laid down up there on the screen by Diana, I think she said 90% of our producers are smallholders. They are informal. So how do you regulate them? First of all, you don't know them. Secondly, they are smallholders. They are quite so many, it will be an operational nightmare for you to establish an official control that will take you to each and everyone's facility. So the approach is to make sure that we have a mechanism that brings together all these operators working in groups and associations. Now, then they have to develop a mechanism. First of all, you come up with a standard for the product they have, self-developed. They have to develop a standard of their own, but of course they will need to harmonize with the standards of the market they target. It will help, first of all, access to technical services. That means they are able to get someone to come and guide them on how to improve that standard. And then secondly, it will help also on the issue of certification. So self-regulation itself must be regulated for it to work. Because previously, you would leave all these groups act on their own. So now the proposal we have advanced is that as government, you now have to come up with a mechanism of regulating self-regulators. Let's go to the certification. Now, third-party certification is also coming in play, because as you have already heard, UNBS cannot reach everywhere by its own capacity. Even if we develop the capacity of UNBS, it will not be able to reach out to all the business operators that need its service. That's why we are suggesting that you have an accreditation system that identifies credible organization, and those organizations are given capacity to be able to deliver certification services. In that case, the likes of UNBS will have to sign contracts with these other players who will come in to give certification on at commercial basis. Basically, that's what we were looking at by talking of third-party certification.
Thank you so much, Dr. Manayas.
Anyone who doesn't obey the
Just 1
moderator will
minute.
be penalized going forward.
Mr. Otieno, this is for you related to that. We know that at the African Union level, under the AUSPS policy framework, the one I showed in my presentation, they are identifying labs on the continent which can do those conformity tests, so that if you have one lab, say in South Africa, and those countries in SADC have done their testing there, that should not be an issue. I know they are doing that. But at national level, or even East African, somebody told us about Kenya and Uganda having that conformity agreement. What came out of, I didn't hear the results of what came out of the agreement, of that conformity agreement. Do we have labs within EAC? Okay, the Uganda National Bureau of Standards has its equivalence. Where are you with those equivalence of tests and so on, harmonizing? Also within the country, the farmers in Adjumani, do they have to bring samples here? Can't we, UNBS also have labs which are regional here that you have already mentored, so that people in those regions can check the results, their samples to those labs? Otieno, do you have to update, can you update us on that?
Yeah, very, very quickly in the interest of time. Number one, on the issue of labs at the EU level, yes, we actually have been identified to operate as a center of excellence for specific laboratory testing capacity. We have been recognized for that, and so we are becoming a continental center of excellence for specific laboratory tests. Number two, regional labs. That is where we have been going. We have opened up a lab in Mbale. We have opened up a lab in Gulu. We have obtained land in Mbarara. We are opening a lab in Mbarara. Because of the oil business, we are now in Hoima looking for land to open up a lab, a regional lab there. The people in Arua are complaining Gulu is too far, so we are going to open up a lab in Gulu. But that is not enough. The private sector also needs to open up labs, because UNBS labs will not be enough. So we are encouraging them. We currently have what we call a laboratory recognition scheme, where we are recognizing private labs that are able to help UNBS that have, of course, they have to check certain boxes in our evaluation criteria. So yes, we are moving in that direction.
Thank you so much. Before even you, for that answer, before you even look at the private sector, even within the government ministries, you find that there are some labs, like the one that is ISO certified, the one in Queen Elizabeth National Park. That lab also could be utilized. So it looks like even within government agencies, we have labs in different ministries, and you might find if you do the mapping, we have enough infrastructure here, but because of the silos, this is the Ministry of Health, this is Ministry of Animal Health. So that is also an issue. Thank you.
Try to use less than a minute. I wanted to say one of the reasons why organizations, including government agencies, are increasingly prioritizing stakeholder engagement is for purposes of encouraging self-regulation. URA, that used to be shunned, has done a lot of stakeholder engagement to try and promote people to go push themselves to pay the taxes before they are arrested or businesses are closed. When I was in the NDA board, we started doing the same. And I think the stakeholder engagement is still continuing, where they engage people. That time we would be going to inspect. If you head towards Imbarara, all the taxi drivers, they inform everybody, NDA vehicle is in that direction. You find all the drug shops are closed. But now, they can be invited into a stakeholder workshop. You deliberate with them and you explain to them why you're doing what you're doing. I think there's some improvement. And with more investment in stakeholder engagement, I think we can achieve that self-regulation and positive compliance. Thank you.
All right. I will be wrapping up in the next 5 minutes, but we need to begin asking serious questions that are context-based. I have listened to informal trade for the last 30 years. And we've tried to formalize trade in this country for decades, but we still talk of informal traders. Now, what we call informal trade in Uganda is actually our formal trade. So we have to find a way to live with that without taking the external definition of formal trade. I worked on a project when we were trying to create pictorial standards for grain. I think UNBS was led by Pamela. And I went across 22 districts talking to traders of grain. If you talk to them quietly and nicely, they would pull out their registration document and show you, which means that they are formal, right? By the definition of the law. But because they fear tax registration, they continue to trade that way. So they register and then they keep away their registration. We need to find an innovative way of dealing with our formal traders that we call informal. How that will happen, I don't know. There is now a project running in the Ministry of Finance, formalization of informal traders. PSFU run one, formalization of informal traders, 3 years. When will we formalize? We must learn to regulate them the way they are. That notwithstanding, I kept picking up a few things about policy recommendations. And then I thought at the end of the whole of today that probably we have very few policy recommendations emerging from here, because almost everything we have been talking about, interinstitutional coordination on SPS issues, all of them would probably fit into the food safety policy and the food safety law, if there will be one soon. Then in there we would be able to define how institutions relate, mandates, how to coordinate them, managing the human and technical resources, and actually how to develop those very resources, sharing technical resources amongst institutions. The other one, which is more prominent and probably not directly related, is developing standards for primary food and agriculture products. I think that literally summarizes it. If anyone has any other that is not captured, please put up your hand and you will say what it is.
I am suggesting that we include the last aspect of our discussion in our recommendations, especially for law and policy, having updated the participants that this is an issue that has been prioritized under the AU. I think the issue of self-regulation to regulate our formal sector should be incorporated. I move.
Oh yes, I see Professor Margaret has written it, so it's already incorporated. Any other? Yes.
Thank you very much, moderator. You forgive me if I'm repeating because I have been out, but I think one of the things that we really need to look at differently and probably we need to steer forward is the issue of the informal sector. If we can get a program to address the informal sector, from the presentation and also from literature, we've seen that the informal sector provides almost 60%, 60 to 70% of the food that we eat, even cross-border trade. And this is where main food safety issues are. And then when you look at that sector, there's also the issue of gender analysis. We've been, from literature, it's the women who are controlling this sector. And then what is their knowledge concerning the issues of food safety? So I think if we begin small, if probably can get projects targeting such sectors little by little, start with the market, start with what, but in a participatory way, because nowadays it's, yes, we want the HACCP, the risk analysis, which is suitable for the big sector, but the small sector now they're saying we can do what is called participatory risk analysis. If we can get work targeting those and we begin with those small steps, I think that is something that can push us forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there's one thing I forgot to mention, which probably features a bit, but not very prominently. How do we enhance linkages between state-level MDAs and local governments? Because there is a distinct disconnect between even policy we deal with at national level and how it cascades down to the local governments. It's something that we can think about because implementation of many of these is actually at the local government level. Sometimes we say the resources, but sometimes the resources are available. And we actually don't utilize them. So it's something we need to note as a gap that needs to be addressed. Yes, Dr. Othieno, you have labs, but when you have a lab in Gulu, there will be a district somewhere called Lamore, and that one will also say, no, the lab in Gulu is so far, so are we going to put another lab in Lamore? We might want to find a way of integrating movement of samples in a secure way that enables them to move from where they are to where they will be inspected. Yeah? To date, I am almost certain that a number of tests within the national laboratories, whatever something, they bring in samples, blood samples from as far as Ajumani to labs here in Kampala within a very short time. And then they test and send back online results. So we could begin to borrow these experiences.
Yes, just specifically on that, I think, yes, actually, as we speak, when we are doing inspections, it is the samples that move to the labs. The team picks their samples. There's a specific format, and then these samples are moved to the lab, and the results are issued online to the what? To the clients.
All right. So since that's happening, can we be talking more about reinforcing that sample movement rather than building other laboratories? Though we need them, we can expand the existing ones and make movement of samples more expeditious. Because also when you build more labs, then you will come with manpower requirements for those labs. This country is very averse to introducing new manpower. Every time you try to bring in a new institutional arrangement, you need a certificate of, what do they call it? Financial implications, okay? We set up a department of petroleum supply. It took 2 years to set up, and the salaries were committed after the 2 years, and then it took 2 years to get operational funds. So people were earning for 2 years without being paid. I mean, being paid without working. So we might be a little careful about what we enhance within that process. I also, of course, know UNBS is not talking about it, but in the past financial year, the operational funds have been reduced to close to zero. Am I lying? Don't fear to say here there is no, I am the one in charge. It's above zero, but you see any number multiplied by zero. Anyway, it's all right. So I will, no, Ananias, you will not go to the floor. You've been there many times. Now, unless it's a policy recommendation. 1 minute.
Thank you so much, moderator. Now, I think we have had very good discussion here, and there were very good points that we can advance in terms of policy recommendation. I just thought that we could use this forum. I know, of course, these issues have been talked again and again in various fora, but we can re-emphasize that we need to see some progress in the food safety law and food safety and SPS policy, because these documents have languished somewhere for some time. I think we need to say something that we need them because they are drivers all these processes that we want to undertake in order to advance. Secondly, there is an issue that Hajat advanced here, not necessarily on Harar, on capacity building. Of course, Professor Myanja also raised this issue. That missing link, I think we need to make a policy recommendation around it. Because if we are having good trainers, we have the institutions, they have commendable curricula, but the challenge, our graduates are not in touch with their would-be beneficiaries. There has to be a policy recommendation. I'm not a trainer, I train, but I'm not an educator. I think the educators can guide us on how we should have a recommendation around there. Is it that the students are not getting enough internship? So I don't know, maybe Hajat, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, but I thought for me, sitting from here, I thought it's a big area and it really we need to have some recommendation of some sort.
It's similar to the project which is being implemented in Zambia by one of the fellows who came from the Agricultural Training Institute. I think she referred to it as demand-driven. So we should be demand-driven training. The curricula should be connecting with the ministry, with what the end users actually want, and go ahead and add it to my refinement.
Sometimes people don't even know what to demand. Yes, that's true. That is why professional marketing exists, to drive people to demand what they don't know how to demand. But that said, I think this literally brings us to the end of, I'm trying to look around for who should, oh, there is a cake. Is this part of the, Okay. Caroline, since you are the fellow and you were the driving force behind this, I'll request you to come forward and explain to us why the cake is there and also become the I am giving you the rank of permanent secretary for 5 hours to close, for 5 minutes to close this workshop after you have explained the cake. They said something at the beginning. I'm trying to figure out. The moderator has finished the end processes. So those who want Mississippi University to say something, it's a bilateral.
Thank you, Mr. Watasa. Thank you, Mr. Watasa. I would like to thank everyone since I have the microphone and been given the opportunity. Professor Margaret has thanked you on behalf of Mississippi University. I also, in my own personal capacity as the organizer and coordinator, I want to say thank you to all the resource persons, the ones that have specifically presented, but their work wouldn't be complete if there were no participants or people to be in the workshop. So I thank you so much for honoring the commitment to be here. Thank you for all that has been said. The presentations will be sent to your emails. I will do that, including a link to any photos that have been taken. So again, I want to add my voice to Professor Margaret to say thank you for honoring us with your presence for 2 days. That said, we also have a cake here that is courtesy of Protea. They are also very thankful for us being here for 2 days. So it is compliments from Protea. So we shall cut it and then share before you all depart. Other than that, I hope that you have all signed yesterday and today's registration forms. The transport refund, as we mentioned yesterday, will be given to you for those that haven't got as you exit. Thank you. So we shall cut the cake. I will invite Professor Margaret. I will invite Charles Okuyo, Dr. Charles Okuyo. I'll invite the Executive Director, UNBS. Yes, it's all been recorded. I am hoping the link will be provided and I can share that. Yes, so Charles, Executive Director, sir, and the consultants of the project, that's Dr. Ananias and Mr. Watasa, please come. And we do the needful quickly so that people can take their afternoon and evening.
There is tea at the back, but tea is off the program, meaning that you can have it as you go.
In addition to tea, we can continue networking those who don't have to rush while the jam is coming down, increasing. Okay, and then those who have not yet received your transport, I'm going to go around with some forms. I know a few people have already received. Those who haven't, when I'm coming around, let me know so I can give you the form to sign and then give you your transport. Thank you. I'm sorry. Okay.
On camera, on video, So it's Carol going to be giving us that video? Hmm? Yeah, I always get it, but sometimes getting time to sit down and go through that video.
Can be transcribed into words, so you have to listen.
Yeah, exactly.
There is a cake here, you people.
Please enjoy.
Let's enjoy it.
I fear them for maybe just because I am the one who cut it. I might fear the future. Diabetes related issues. There's more here. Ladies like
Share
cake.
this. You're not eating, you guys. You're not eating.
We may have eaten. You can't say we are not eating. I've already eaten.
Okay, go on.
Margaret, thanks for coming to aid Uganda.
Thank you too.
You can see how important this workshop was.
I didn't think, and then Dr. Smith wanted not to have it.
Is
We
it?
didn't know it would be.
No, it's helpful. It's helpful.
I finished signing that one.
You did?
Yeah. I am signing the one for.
Oh, you signed with him and he didn't give you the transport? He asked the transport.
You want more? You want more?
Just so that I don't make a mistake.
There are two